Chinese jewellers, many of whom studied here up to 10 years ago, and as an act of love, I use that word advisedly, an act of love and homage towards the school where they studied, have come back at their own expense to mount an exhibition of their own work in the atrium there of the School of Jewellery to contribute handsomely to the wonderful cause of the Birmingham Children's Hospital. Most marvellously of all, to come back and give masterclasses to the students currently studying there, so that the students can see how their careers have blossomed in so many different directions as a result of this intercultural encounter that they've had. And most marvellously of all, to bring back with them a Chinese jade master, a creature who, if you visit the School of Jewellery today or tomorrow, you'll see sort of resembles a wonderful sort of wizardly figure from Chinese folklore, working away at pieces of jade in the atrium of the School of Jewellery. This to me symbolises everything that a university and this particular faculty should be doing. Encouraging international partnership, capability at the very highest level of thought and craft. And it's those principles, the same principles in a way, that bring me to today, and I think the great success that awaits us over the next few hours. I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague Joshua, who's done a terrific job in bringing this together, and over many years of bringing the glories of Chinese artistic practice to the attention of very wide audiences in this country and overseas. So it's an enormous pleasure to welcome you here. I'm sure it's going to be a fascinating day with a very vigorous exchange of the latest ideas. I hope you enjoy the day, that you have time to enjoy the facilities we have down here in this new emerging part of Birmingham, and I look forward to talking to you in the course of the day. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, David. Can I now hand over the microphone to Professor Tim Wall, who is the Associate Dean for Research, and he might like to introduce us and your vision of research, and particularly for this conference of the day.
Thank you, Joshua. And welcome all. I'd like to add to the things that David said by just expressing how pleased we are that you would all come to Parkside and to Birmingham City University. Research is very important for us, and I think it will be part of the way that we build our future as a university. You probably know already that Birmingham City University is very strong on research into the arts and into design, and we feel that the gathering today represents the sort of future vision that we would like to be part of. A focused attention to something that's really important, that brings together people from across the world. So we're really delighted to host you today, have a really enjoyable, intellectually stimulating activities, and I look forward to hearing what happens. You're very, very welcome.
Thank you very much, Tim. We've got a pretty full day today, so I will keep some introductions very, very short before I hand over to my colleague, Dr. Heather Codley and Rachel Marsden. May I use 2-3 minutes to introduce the Centre for Chinese Visual Arts. The Centre was set up in 2007. Initially, it was act as a platform or network in collaboration with 2 leading institutions in China, CAFA, Central Academy of Fine Arts in Beijing, and China Academy of Art in Hangzhou. It was particularly successful because within that network that we can provide different expertise to support our postgraduate studies as well as PhD programs. And we ran, I think, around about 6 annual conferences across this network. So we hold annual conferences one by one. So we in the China Academy did 2007, and Central Academy did do the 2008 conference, and we did 2009. So we gradually build up this network to encourage young researchers to undertake their doctoral studies. From 2012, new partnerships joined in, wanted to host this annual conference, including the Royal College of Art in 2012. And we are now at the 8th annual conference, which I think we are using this opportunity to invite different perspectives of transdisciplinary practice in relation to contemporary Chinese arts and visual culture. And I think I'm sure that Heather and my colleague Rachel will introduce more about the conference of the day today. But I think it's really strange we are in Birmingham talking about China, and why is that? And it's interesting that I had a discussion with my colleagues last night. I just realized that 17 years ago, 21st of October, was the day that I arrived in England for my first time. And I found a lot of things very different and strange. I mean, within this conference you can see not only the transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary thoughts and practice that we're going to discuss through the day, but also that we can see different intercultural, translational process going on between China and the UK. And apparently Xi Jinping is in the UK too, so we'll see how that brings us. And the translational issue, what we are talking about, is not necessarily a linguistic one. It can be more artistic or curatorial, and how do you translate a piece of art through your practice to a wider audience. Or I feel it's particularly challenging if you, for your own body, how do you translate one piece of dim sum into a piece of sandwich? That's another challenge. But I'm sure that all throughout the day, I think we will learn from each other, and the setting today is really to encourage colleagues and friends to discuss more, and we will have 15 minutes each for each speakers, apart from the keynote. I will introduce you in a bit. So 15 minutes strict, and then follow up with a longer, more than 30 minutes discussion, this kind of format will encourage us to discuss more and communicate and share more. So I will hand over to Dr. Heather Conley.
Welcome. Thank you for coming today, and you've probably had lots of emails from me. Apologies for that. I just wanted to say thank you to all the amazing team of volunteers behind who've been helping us today. Brett at the back has gone beyond the call of duty. He's helping us live stream, so hello to our web audience. Just a few housekeeping things before I go on. So today we're obviously documenting the event on live stream, web, and sort of photography. So if there's anything, if you don't want to appear, just let one of us know, okay? And what's going to happen with the footage, it's going to stick on YouTube, so if you want to re-listen, re-watch, please do. And then we're going to put it on YouTube, I think, in the next few weeks, once we can sort of out the footage. So that's great. So there's a few housekeeping things. There should be some programmes talking about. I was going to put them on the table, but I think they're outside. But if you want to have a look at them, so the event is we're going to have the keynote address shortly from Jonathan, and then we're going to have we've grouped together the speakers, and I think Rachel's going to go into a bit more detail about that in a bit. But the important thing is we've got breaks. Timetabled in, and so at 11:30 to 11:45, might be slightly late because we've started a little bit late at lunch. 1 till 2, and we're providing lunch, a light lunch for you, tea and coffee in the afternoon break, 15:45 to 16, and I hope you're going to be able to stay for drinks at 6 o'clock. So there we go. Toilets are to the left as you go out of the door here. If you need to get in and out, there's anybody who's got a badge with a star on, we can help you. We've got our special BCU badges. If there's a fire alarm, it's not a test, it will be real. So follow the signs and we'll guide you out. So I feel like an air hostess. I think that's all that I want to say for now. What I'd like to do is introduce the term that we're going to be discussing, or transdisciplinary China. So I just wanted to introduce the context really and the concept. So we chose the term transdisciplinary to reflect our desire to venture beyond traditional boundaries, to create space for dialogue in order to contemplate and interrogate the complex terrain of Chinese contemporary arts and the individuals that are part of it. We want to provide a platform for discussion of current concerns and to provide an opportunity to hear from emerging and established researchers who are practicing in this field. And we're fortunate to be hosting presenters from around the globe today. Quite amazed with the people who applied to the call, so thank you very much. So we've got people from China, Hong Kong, Russia, Poland, Spain, Italy, UK, and there's many more watching on the web, so amazing really. So it is really global, this conference, which is what we hope to achieve. So transdisciplinarity is it's a term that's been gaining currency over the past 10 years, probably a little bit more. I don't know if there's an equivalent in Mandarin or Chinese, if anyone can kind of think about that. I think it'd be an interesting discussion. And I don't know if it's something that's being talked about in China, so really again, I hope that we can have some of those discussions later on today. I came across it when I was doing my PhD. I was trying to find a way of kind of like bringing these multiple disciplines and methods together. And but I don't know if I'm saying this right, so do apologise. Basarab Nicolaou is a quantum physicist, and he found quantum physicist, not physics, who founded the International Centre for Transdisciplinary Research and Studies. And he originally produced a manifesto of transdisciplinarity in French in 1996, and it was published in English in 2002. So I think that sort of explains kind of why a lot of people are using it in the arts at the moment. And what's interesting about it, it's defined by a movement, so it's that moving through, it's that kind of practice and methodology rather than a static thing. So I think that's what's really, really important. So we've got two words like practice and transdisciplinarity, so it tries to reinforce that today. Nicolaou writes that transdisciplinary implies a collection of knowledge into one place. So it's about bringing those things together. It examines issues between disciplines, across disciplines, and beyond all disciplines to develop a new understanding of the world. This description, I think, aptly describes the theme of today's conference, Chinese contemporary arts practices, which defy geographical and disciplinary boundaries. Its global term invites us to reconsider and rethink cultural assumptions and to think about the changing society and to dispense with cultural norms. It's performativity of the prefix trans that really interests me. I mean, my research is looking at linguistic translation and the arts, but it's that trans, it's designed to reverse and transcend the directives and truths that are situated within a particular discipline, to see what new knowledge, ways of working can emerge when individuals from different disciplines get together, to go beyond the inter, which means between or among, or infer interdisciplinarity, and the confined cross, which implies the intersection or crossing from side to side in cross-disciplinary, so it's quite distinct from that. It has some similarities, but it's that beyond, the fluctuation of boundaries that result in the destabilisation of disciplinary knowledge that makes the term so relevant to this field of research. Moreover, it's the recognition, acknowledgement and positioning of the self in transdisciplinary that's important for me, I think. So the subject who's doing the research, that's really central and makes it quite refreshing, I think. Nicola Sue proposes that transdisciplinary research brings together multiple disciplines to investigate a complex subject, issue, or problem, and what it really does, it engages the theoretical and the practical experiential realms of knowledge. So again, that's really something I want to reinforce today. So it's who's doing the research and the experience of doing the research that's really important in transdisciplinarity. He proposes it is ourselves, the human being, the subject, that is beyond any discipline. It is the subject that is the trans in transdisciplinarity. Art historian Marcia Skinner proposes that transdisciplinary feminist practices stress the agency of the researcher in their own project. And she builds on Rosie Brodotti's assertion that in a feminist context, transdisciplinarity also implies the effort to move on to the invention of new ways of relating, of building footbridges between notions. A preference for the multiple, the process-based methodologies that actively seek to make connections. I'm hoping that Magdalena might expand on this a little bit later after having read her abstract, and I'm sure hopefully different things that we've been talking about now will resonate throughout the day. So in short, a transdisciplinary methodology foregrounds the researchers, the artists, the makers' agency in academic research and emphasises the central role of personal, experiential and tacit knowledge. So I think I will leave it at that, really, and pass it on to Rachel now. Because I think practice is quite in practice, research in practice is really important.
Hi everybody. I just want to reiterate what Heather has said and say thank you for you all coming. And it's great to see such a diverse crowd from across the world. So I'm going to place today in the transcultural context, but also just frame it within China as well to talk about what's going on in contemporary Chinese contexts. So for many of us here today, it's a life lived between cultures and cities, places and experiences, and what I call within the transculture. So the space across and between different global cultures, where transcultural experience is deeply connected to everyday life. So as we watch China grow at an unprecedented speed, in line with President Xi Jinping's catchphrase of achieving the Chinese dream, which is very prevalent in the media at the moment with his visits, we've shown cities develop from centres of manufacture to those of cultural production. Rural areas are vacant and urban neighbourhoods grounded, restructured and rebuilt, with a clear re-envisioning of a national mission from made in China to design or created in China. Acknowledging that value can't come just from manufacturing and production, China has recognised the importance of cultural innovation, seeing it as an opportunity to build civic identity through cultural growth. So this is what they've seemed to have triggered what they're calling the museumification of China, which is a terrible term, and the start of a Chinese museographic practice. They say that China wants to meet the cultural infrastructure of its global competitors, and they say that they build about 100 museums annually, which I think is growing more and more each year, where they have to build at least 43,000 museums to meet the world standard of the US at the moment, which is a crazy amount if you think about it. In reality, it's only been about the last 15 years that has been dedicated to the development of a contemporary art or design museum in China, and it actually only accounts for 2% of museums, which is tiny if you think about it. So the rapid development of the city and the urban fabric and land, resulting from rapid economic and socio-political developments, which we negotiate on a daily basis, raises questions within our place as to how we negotiate these spaces as global citizens and their future sustainability. So how as artists, curators, designers, academics here today, how as creatives do we keep up with, acknowledge and process this change? And also within transculture, and it's through research and practice that this takes place. And also, how do we undertake research within Chinese context without this idea of cultural assumption, so a sense of Chineseness and nationalism, which I read recently has been called ideological pollution from the West, quite a strange phrase, which I'm sure we'll talk about today, that challenges and prevents translation as well. I just wanted to quote Johnson Shang, a Chinese curator. So anyone who is interested in engaging with art on this platform has to traverse different roles, different spaces, and invent the practice itself. I see the curatorial platform as a nebulous open space for the exchange of skills, techniques, and knowledge, which can be used for local purpose, opening up channels for reviving traditional cultural disciplines, and also opening up a feed for cultural practice, where it is about stepping outside and also going backwards. And I think that kind of frames today and opens up conversations for today. So as we delve into Transdisciplinary China, which is the between and beyond, crossing borders and boundaries, the testing and contesting of knowledge systems, the challenge of invention, building bridges and making new connections, which Heather has just explained. We're going to unfold research and practice through 3 lines of inquiry, which you can see in your programme. So the first will be changing spaces, which will be chaired by myself. The second will be shifting positions with Heather Connolly. And the final one will be making languages with Joshua Tang. So we invite you to join in the discussion today. We want it to be open and informal in that way, and dynamic as possible. So during the Q&A session after the speakers have done the presentations, really do get involved if you want to. Also, if you can, if you don't already know, I'm pretty addicted to social media. Join in the conversation online with the hashtag TDChina through Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or whatever means you see fit if you work in that way. So yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you, Rachel and Heather. So we are just about on time, 5 minutes late. So I will hand over to Professor Jonathan Harris for his keynote. Jonathan.
Hello. You take a shout in. I don't really need a mic. I'm recording it. Am I audible? Right. So moving between a couple of different programs on the computer for technical reasons, so there may be some interregnums in what follows. Great to see so many of my friends from China and England and Spain and elsewhere here today. So fantastic that you can all get here today. Thanks for coming. It's my honour and pleasure to be invited to talk to you today. This is the 8th annual conference organised by the Centre for Chinese Visual Arts here at Birmingham City University. I'd like to thank Joshua in particular, head of the Centre, for the invitation to speak and for his help and good humour as I've adjusted to life here since I joined the university only a few weeks ago. Great to be here. The theme of today's conference, and central to all the papers we shall hear from all of our participants, whatever the nature of their involvement, was the generation and critical review of new research in practice focused on contemporary arts, cultural and societal development in China. This work could only be transdisciplinary, I think, because making sense of the connections between arts practices, broader cultural and socio-political change in the People's Republic of China, in the context of the global and still globalizing world, requires the development of concepts, arguments, perspectives and methods of research that fundamentally challenge and transcend, I think, the traditional disciplines and intellectual resources of art history, criticism and aesthetics, at least as far as these have grown up in the West. With my colleague Milene Bra, from the fantastic Spanish visual arts organisation Casa Asia, we'll hear from Milene a bit later on, with whom I've worked for several years now. we've begun to commission a series of books published by IB Taurus called, this is the book series, Contemporary Art and Visual Culture in Global Asia. That term, Global Asia, is intended precisely as a kind of challenge, as well as an analytic proposition. Our aim is to encourage both established and new authors to think through, in theoretical and empirical terms, bringing the two into productive, transforming critical alignment, the character and consequences of globalization processes as they have begun to transform and continue to transform this vast continent of Asia which stretches 9,000 miles, in my definition, from the East Mediterranean Sea to the far east coasts of Russia and China. The idea of image or vision of global Asia was intended to remain a problematic, troubling idea. And some of those scholars, artists and critics who we've asked to join the series editorial board from around the world have duly responded in questioning terms. Both India and China, for instance, I've been told more than once, for instance, are not actually in Asia at all. Western Asia, a term designed to replace the received imperial usage, Near or Middle East, is by no means accepted either as a description of the location or meaning of, for instance, Egypt, Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. But if these countries are not in Asia, then where are they? So, the idea of global Asia is a heuristic device, enabling, we hope, a radical reconceptualization of the maps, both literal and metaphorical, maps of the order and placement of these peoples, places, territories and cultures in the globalized world. Globalization and contemporary art has been the focus of my own work for about 6 years now. I'm working on a third book in a trilogy exploring the parameters of this theoretical and empirical conjunction. The and, globalization and contemporary art, the and was designed both to bring these two complex intellectual conundrums together, globalization on the one side, contemporary art on the other, but yet to maintain a border. The and is also a border and a divider between them, contemporary art and globalization. For both have their own specific multidisciplinary genealogies that can be traced back into the 20th century and earlier. Transdisciplinarity, I should stress, is an idea, an argument that begins from a refusal of received institutionalized knowledge. Normal science, in Thomas Kuhn's terms. Or at least should be. Globalization and global contemporary art are forms, processes and experiences that have clearly outrun our organized intellectual cultures, and especially those cultures institutionalized in university teaching and in most of its research. Especially, I'd argue, in traditional Western art history. Centered still on late 19th century presuppositions and ideologies of identity, authorship, individuality, style, nation-statism, and meaning. Postmodernist art and culture from the 1970s onwards began to test and undo the validity of these presuppositions. But globalization and the co-emergence of the problematic of contemporary art in the 1990s has dealt them a series of blows from which recovery is now, I believe, impossible. Those interested in contemporary art, culture and globalizing neoliberal capitalist social order in the world have no choice, that is, except to begin to fashion new proto-concepts, ideas, arguments, and working methods for research. Multiple paradigms of analysis that will fall, no doubt, somewhere between still active, received but residual categories, style, authorship, identity, meaning, and the invention of provisional, heuristic, revisable categories to identifying, understanding and evaluating the fields of novel cultural production generated within a global Asia as part of a globalising world. The purpose of the last book in my trilogy is to elucidate through a series of complementary case studies what I argue are the key facets in the working of the global contemporary art world. The focus in these studies is on 5 Asian centres, 3 of which are nation states, and 2 far less clear-cut territories. But it is their imbrications within a globalised system as part of the global contemporary art world that concerns me. The rise of Asia economically within neoliberal global capitalism has certainly been a condition of the emergence of these centres as places where contemporary art and local contemporary art worlds have to an extent flourished. But definitions of Asia are complex and contested, and the specificities of these 5 case study locations, whatever they may have in common, have to be recognised. These are Hong Kong, South Korea, India, the People's Republic of China, and the State of Palestine. These places, vastly different from each other in many ways, but with a shared post-colonial past, have all become incorporated quite rapidly and recently, in different ways and to different degrees, into the global contemporary art world, dominated by predominantly Western European and North American institutions, networks and discourses, historically created for art's production, sale, collection, curation, exhibition, and validation. The intertwined concepts of contemporaneity and contemporary art are particularly significant. Both must feature in terms of our understanding, firstly, of how the global world order operates now in any and all spheres of human activity, and secondly, in differentiating art made in the 1990s, when contemporary art is usually thought to have started from the preceding era of modern art, within which the key Western art museums and galleries, such as MoMA in New York and the Guggenheim Museum, were created. It is clear that the terms historical art, modern art, and contemporary art all pull into their orbits of habitual use critically important related senses of local, national, regional, and global development that have helped to shape, and still do, the present world order / disorder, is what I started calling the world. The world order / disorder. It should also be or become obvious that these sets of terms, named evaluative and ideologically freighted ideas that remain indispensable, and yet in some ways also impede insightful movement beyond the conceptual frameworks of received disciplinary practice in art historical and theoretical terms. In this sense, globalization and the global art world profoundly challenge existing explanatory paradigms formed in the era of the rise and dominance of nation states in the late 19th and early 20th century. The Global Contemporary Art World, The Rough Guide, is the title of my final book in this trilogy, dealing with the character, history and meaning of art made in the late 20th and 21st centuries, core or developed Western countries, and in the peripheral or emergent, these are the terms that have been originally used, regions of Greater Asia, as well as in South America and Africa. Now, it is my view that there is no decisive single point, historically, societally, or aesthetically, at which modern art became, magically, or gave way to contemporary art. The distinction remains, however factual and firm it may seem to some of us, the product and purpose of contrasting perceptions, emphases, and interests. Particularly interested in the art market. Critics and theorists have variously asserted, for example, that contemporary art began after 1945, or after 1960, or after 1989, in arguments that are linked to a wide range of socio-cultural conditions, events, and historical processes. All these accounts accounts have both strengths and weaknesses. Second book in my series, The Utopian Globalists, Artists and Worldwide Revolution, 2013, ended by tracing the legacies of installation art made in the recent past, since 2000, and therefore contemporary according to virtually all definitions, back to the 1917 Russian Revolution and the huge tower that the Bolshevik artist Vladimir Tatlin planned to erect to commemorate, known as the Monument to the Third International. Though never built, Tatlin's 1919 scale model in iron and glass became an inspiration for a considerable lineage of artists, whose diverse artworks carried Tatlin's utopian-left modernist radicalism down to the present day. The Utopian Globalists concluded with a discussion of the large installations commissioned for Tate Modern's Turbine Hall, works paid for in part with funding from the Unilever Corporation. The book closed with a sceptical questioning of the radicalism possible under such corporate controllable circumstances. For several of the artists who received these commissions had drawn directly or indirectly on Tatlin's political and aesthetic avant-garde legacy. Utopian Globalists' whole account, however, offers an historical context for the book I'm writing now, The Global Contemporary Art World. My chief motivation in writing the earlier book had been to provide such an interpretative grounding, robust, but certainly to a degree speculative, for those trying to understand the sometimes mystifying forms of contemporary art, part sculpture, part installation, as many installations are. Sorry, part sculpture, part architecture, as many installations are, made since the 1990s. My argument remains that in art and broad socio-cultural terms, the contemporary and the contemporary in art necessarily contains the historical. And that contemporary art itself emerged historically from and out of the historical process, however profoundly its forms may appear alien to the historical and modern paths of art, and even to disown or reject them. If the market for contemporary art is by far the global contemporary art world's clearest public manifestation in the media emphasis, then Art Basel Hong Kong, inaugurated in 2013, is now one of its foremost global annual spectacles. But obsession with the art market creates, however, an unhelpfully abstracted and highly partial representation of the much more extensive, complex socio-cultural system which is the contemporary art world. By 2007, the market for Chinese contemporary art, often termed less politically clearly as East Asian art, had become mainstream, with important sales in New York, London and Hong Kong. Christie's and Sotheby's dominate world sales, although the number of Chinese auction houses has grown since the mid-1990s, with now at least 10 operating nationally inside China, mainland China. Taiwan-based firms have developed a specialised role in selling to mainland Chinese buyers works by Chinese artists that they acquired earlier on the international art market. But the majority of the players operating as buyers, dealers and auction houses are still Westerners. This reflects a continued comparative lack of interest by Chinese people themselves in buying works by Chinese artists, contemporary work. In 2006 and 2007, for instance, Sotheby's recorded that sales in their New York auctions in those years went to only 13 and 16% respectively to Chinese mainland buyers. And the vast bulk of the work, being Chinese contemporary art, is being bought by people outside of China. Massive growth and the rise of Chinese people recorded as middle class, upward of 500 million now, masks this important question of how they express their wealth, status in cultural terms, and what signs of cultural capital they seek out and why. Certainly as a group, they are responsible for huge purchases of worldwide luxury goods, like designer clothes, bags, and cars. A survey recently suggested, for instance, that Chinese buyers visiting Britain consumed 44% of all luxury goods bought. That's Chinese visitors to Britain. Let's get some water. Sotheby's auctioneers is also an industrial concern, setting aside the rhetoric of its luxury sector interest in art. Sotheby's has a global workforce of about 1,500 staff, 2/3 based in New York and London. It sells itself on the New York Stock Exchange with a single bid, BID, and for instance in 2007 had a market capitalization value of $3.3 billion. In the UK, Christie's, Sotheby's, Bonhams and the Fine Art Auction Group are the 4 biggest auction companies, while leading world dealers and dealing galleries include New York and London-based Dauphin, Richard Green, Pace Wildenstein, White Cube, and Gagosian, the so-called powerhouse companies that many have now opened a branch in Hong Kong because of Art Basel. While there will be a rise in the number of Chinese-based buyers, the arts infrastructure in China remains comparatively very weak and small scale. Now, because this has always been the case, the intervention of Western companies' expertise and resources was required in order to enable the internationalization of Chinese arts to occur at all. At the same time now, 2015, it may be the case that effective Western control or dominance of the Chinese art market has or will stifle and restrict the emergence of autonomous organizations on the mainland. The behavior of the Chinese government, its status in China, and its changing sensitivities to the power of Western economic interests acting in or on Chinese territory will also have an effect. The global art world system is always bordering on precariousness, as one might say globalization processes are as a whole. They counter the development of the global art market for, say, contemporary Indian art would no doubt reveal important empirical differences, some bound up with India's long colonial relationship with Britain, but the same kinds of tensions and issues that exist in the case of China would be identified. In this latter sense, globalization is a system of a different kind. It is an intellectual construct or hypothesis about how human activities across cities, countries, regions and continents have become mutually coexistent. The idea of mutual coexistence. The very idea of the contemporary and contemporary art is closely tied to these questions of how people's lives, activities, meanings, products, societies, and beliefs have acquired this globalized status and appearance of what I call timely mutual coexistence, or mutual coexistence in time. Of course, this is an idea fraught with analytic complexity. What I'm stressing today is how this mutual coexistence, in the case of the global art world system, or power network, remains fundamentally a matter of asymmetries in the exercise of power and resources by actors located differentially in the network. The power and resources are held overwhelmingly by Western art world interests, though they are prepared and must, to a degree, share some of that power and wealth in the extension and development of markets in China, India, and elsewhere for contemporary. The notion of contemporary, of course, did not come into existence only in the last few decades, when notions of globalization became popularized or thought to be essential to understanding the nature of the world, more or less since the 1980s, I would say. Contrast between modern and contemporary is highly significant, especially in the history of 20th century art. By the 1950s, the difference and the hint of antagonism between modern and contemporary art starts to emerge. Modern became associated with a tradition in art, traceable back to the mid-19th century, to a set of canonical paintings and critical ideas, that by the mid-1950s had come to seem either dated, out of date, or that had actually ended, kind of concluded perhaps. Now, I don't have time to go into this much bigger question today, but it does bear directly and very importantly on the world and on the world art market and global art world system that emerged after the end of World War II in 1945. The end of that war unleashed a surge of decolonisation and the still Western control of dominated societies across the world. A process that occurred in both relatively peaceful and very violent ways, especially in Asia. The creation of India and the People's Republic of China in the first few years after the end of World War II instanced this global transformation. But this process unfolded at the same time that the US and NATO on the one hand and the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact countries on the other were attempting to create a single world system based on two Cold War camps. China's revolution, its social development and then recurrent disasters and crises under Mao and the Communist Party was also conditioned by that system's power across the world and China's complex and changing relationship to the Soviet Union and the Soviet communism. The heralding of its open door policy in the 1980s occurred when Mao met Nixon in 1974, an entente designed to create a powerful ally, a potential ally, for China against the Soviet Union. I mention now some of the forces and conditions that might undermine the stability of the global art world and the contemporary art market. In China's case, its political and economic relations with the Western powers are always under redefinition and possible reconfiguration. We'll see this in a moment with the visits in London. The consequences of which are hard to anticipate. China's internal structures, permanently controlled by the authoritarian Communist Party, attempted to manage and dominate the capitalist forces, relations of production to unleashed, is also a source of potential destabilisation. In relation to the growth of the indigenous art market in particular, China suffers from a highly complex tax structure and restrictions on the export of artworks that undermines the confidence and ability, for instance, of Western companies wishing to try and do business in mainland China. The ambivalence of the Chinese government authorities on the question of the meaning and value of contemporary Chinese art, place in China for the Chinese people and in the world is mirrored by the ambivalence that Chinese artists and critics themselves feel about the meaning of their own activities and products in a global context. Okay, for the remainder of this paper, to give you an idea of some of the empirical material I've been dealing with in my research, I'm going to consider some photographs by Chinese artist Wang Guofeng, taken recently in North Korea. North Korea now stands virtually alone in the world as a self-declared socialist state. North Korea's dynastic succession brought the country its nearest dear father, Kim Jong-un, to power in 2011. Manene's been to North Korea, so we easily hear from you maybe a bit later on about that experience. The traditional rhetoric of North Korea's propagandistic public contempt of culture emphasises national unity, not transnational fragmentation, personal orientation, not social alienation, and communal love focused on the leader as symbol. In that rhetorical sense, perhaps, North Korea is anti-globalisation. Recent digital photographic images produced by Wang Guofeng, taken in North Korea at the invitation of the Pyongyang government, which is also a very interesting part of the story around his work, both dramatically portray and work to subvert the state's ideological roles. So at this point, I'm now shifting systems. Technical help, so useful. Is it escape? These are photographs by one of who's based in Beijing. Buffet's HD digital video derived representations create a kind of theatre of the frozen in their captivating depiction of such mega monumental sculptures of Kim Jong-un and his father stood together, smiling in their raincoats, acknowledging their people's putative adoration. Buffet's North Korea 2012 series, number 3, close-up, for example, with detail of number 3, this one, which is huge. I've seen these actually in his studio in Beijing. They are doing this. It pulls back, so the image pulls, this is a digital video, which you take still. Pulls back to reveal father and son flanked by 2 enormous sculptured red flags, representatives of the people and the army. Many in the crowd, and those just in front of Buffet's lens, point their own cameras toward the pair of leaders, now in the middle distance, cultish dark snowmen, in front of a snowy mountain backdrop mounted on the wall of a windowless building. An actual white, like featureless sky surrounds the whole event. The famous photographs picture such appearances of North Korean community and warm human interrelation. And these all show an apparent coming together of people and of the leader, of the people coming together with the leader. These photographs offer a visual form to this plain organic society. The question then arises, what actually binds together the elements of this social order? Whatever the serious critical aesthetic value of Buffet's photographs, and I think this actually is formidable, the subject and the situation of power and public visibility in North Korea demands a kind of sarcasm as its final, yet always inadequate to its object representation. This is because North Korea's social order and its depictions in visual form have or appear to have become identical. The demeanour of the people as they move about, represent and pose themselves, animate the physical environment of the country and its institutions, existing beyond the state of mere photo opportunity, by which I mean that their every movement and gesture, smile and look appears to have become a preordained, preorganized photo necessity in the visual production and reproduction of North Korea's social order, for purposes of both individual self-protection and the collective robotic protection of the hierarchy which this social order enshrines. First saw Buffet's North Korea 2011 digital photograph number 1 part 1 and number 1 part 2 in the studio in Beijing in 2013, displayed and manipulated on his computer screen. Other very large-scale photographic prints have been attached to the walls of the studio. Number 1 part 1 shows an unidentified public building, Pyongyang, its truncated facade directly front to the camera lens. A bit like the style in which Walter Evans photographs sharecroppers' shacks in the USA in the 1930s. This view eliminates any building recession detail, has the effect of flattening, in physical but also metaphorical ways, our sense of this substantial material structure. The building appears to be all front, all facade, with no depth. A large portrait of a somber man in a blue suit, one of the dear fathers, hangs from the second floor, directly in the middle of the facade, reinforcing this overall sense of flatness, but this portrait is actually a mosaic or a painting. The frontality of the portrait city's pose further emphasises the whole composition's rather enigmatic out-of-timeness. The building and people in front of it, those working, digging the road, and a band playing music, appear oddly frozen too, although this quality is quite hard to explain. It's more of an amorphous feeling or a tone rather than anything more. Vacuous blue sky and sense of physical, environmental, wintry coldness underlines this. There's a road to the right where his hands in his pockets might be lifted. Rufang's most recent photographs, taken in North Korea in 2014, pose different sized groups of workers, children, students, and other group portraits. It's really great to see them on this screen. These are extraordinarily difficult photographs. The detail, pixelation detail, is astronomical. So these group portraits taken in 2014. One assumes that in each of these 17 pictures, the twin portraits of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il hang on the wall, although we don't actually see them in every picture. They are presumably sometimes located behind Rufeng as he is taking the photograph. We're looking at Rufeng, but also at the photographs of the dear leaders on the wall. So, for example, members of this is the English class at Pyongyang International Football School. Members of the English class at Pyongyang International Football School, whose faces to me look mostly dazed and blank. They are presumably staring at the two dear fathers, facing them on the front wall of the classroom. Their faces and body demeanour seem to betray a not yet fully trained sense of how they should be, how they must correctly, visibly embody themselves, the social order which they seem to know they are a part. I look terrified, but then you think, is it just projection? Or is it just my sense of how they appear? Classroom is antiseptically white and bare, save for one or two notice boards and blankness matched by the sitter's white shirt. The picture radiates discomfort. Rufeng's photographs, like the regime itself, tease and torment into life a series of questions, which the people in the photographs and the people looking at them, including me and you, and Rufeng himself, have to confront. What is it to be, or to have to represent or embody a nation, or a community like this? What kind of a burden is this for any individual in North Korea or South Korea, or any other country? How does this North Korean social order, written onto the bodies and faces of these people, resemble my own life's order? Or is it different from it? Is North Korea, in terms of globalization, an anomaly? The reality of these images is that they constitute a kind of refracting mirror of sorts, which asks the viewer to consider his or her own formation, and to assess the history and experiences which help to make up any viewer's sense of identity. Rufeng's photographs of North Korea, but also those he's made of communist-era public buildings in Russia and in the People's Republic of China, for example, the Ideality and Utopia series of photographs, may be seen to offer visual analogues of the totality or structure of these societies' material and ideological modes of production. So critical notions of space, image and representation are indispensable to understanding this photograph, which both picture, I think, and critique at the same time the machinery of spectacle, which helps create North Korea's state rhetoric of community and devotion. In contemporary art and society, then, questions concerning the disjunctive relationship, a gap, between representations and actual reality are explicitly posed in North Korea, but also everywhere else. But such representations are also real and have real social effects. Social reality includes representation as a practice, and actual representations such as photographs and profane photographs. This is why North Korean social order is also a visual order. Profane pictures it and his photographs thus also contribute to this North Korean social and visual order. Profane's photographs number 2 and number 2 close-up, also from the North Korea 2012 series, suggests Leni Riefenstahl's well-known images of the Berlin Olympic Games in 1936, which have also been understood as images of the Nazi social order visualized in Germany at the time. In these two photographs, however, the visualized social order seems to be entirely comprised of soldiers. If you go to the Profane studio and you look on the computer, you can take down the individual faces, and the level of detail is as good as on the digital video is extraordinary. Once again, Profane is focusing on individual heads and military hats. And there are quite a few women in there as well, isn't there? They're all soldiers. The effect is bizarre, isn't it? The kind of social architecture of the nation and of the army is matched by this brick-by-brick construction effect in the photograph. And the full print version is 20 metres long. That's actually bigger than this. The size of the whole. Detail reveals many differentiations, however, despite the overall appearance of uniformity and massification. The two photographs, they seem artless in one sense, in their mere quantification or registering of bodies. This is an effect of certain authorial decisions allied to the technical capacities of the digital camera and software. Everyone seems to be in focus at the same time, which becomes a kind of metaphor of the ideological projection of equality and communal interconnection, which the regime claims to embody literally in these bodies. The sheer breadth of Profane's giant landscape picture, assembled necessarily in strips of photographic print paper for exhibition, manifests a kind of anti-compositional force, as it has no compelling centre or dynamic of forms, offering no particular place for the eye to settle, as it may as well settle anywhere. Profane's North Korea 2012 series number 20, Traffic Policeman, is a sequence of 5 full-length portraits of the subjects placed on the road, appearing perhaps to half smile to the camera. Pictorial code here is different, naturalistic, when comparing with Profane's views of the masked length. These individuated women seem relaxed, even enjoying the attention of the camera. But the actual, again, blankness of the expression suggests this is yet another reading in. We're all reading in, projecting what we think we see here. Roland Barthes' famous discussion in his 1957 book Mythologies of the black colonial soldier, saluting the French tricolor, flag of the French nation, sort of comes to mind. These policewomen simply stand for show the rightness of the North Korean social order. One sees immediately past their facades into their patriotic souls. Bart's interest was in the spontaneous process, appearing spontaneous process, wherein any image may produce this type of ideological effect. The image seems innocent semantic work that it actually does, creating a connotation immediately jumping from a set of material signs to a naturalised meaning. This is a very patriotic woman policeman Creole name. Yet we know, given Buffet's serial productivity, that he manufactures this visual order. While at the same time, the photographs seem merely to reflect a pre-existing state of affairs. This is part of the paradox is that the Pyongyang government think these photographs are celebrations of North Korea. That's why they keep inviting them back. But maybe they are. This is what I call the constitutive contradiction embodied both in the photograph and in our understanding. The constitutive contradiction. But the social order and the visual order are not identical, however they may interact. Representation and reality are not identical. The disjunction or split between them is ideological and rhetorical, but also experiential and physical. Post-Cold War divisions, border divisions, have created what might be called a split contemporaneity evident in both art and societal life. A complex, localised condition existing within a wider globalisation process. Coming to the end. This is felt particularly strongly in South Korea, for instance, by older people who lost relatives and friends in 1953 to the other side, to the north, but who have gone on living self-consciously and traumatically in a form of separated coexistence. The similarly divided contemporaneity characterised Hong Kong's relationship to the mainland People's Republic of China, dating from the time of colonisation by the British and since 1997, when Hong Kong was returned, but it wasn't returned because the PRC didn't exist when Hong Kong became a British colony. This agreement between the United Kingdom and the People's Republic of China enabled a form of relatively autonomous separate development to continue since 1997, which gave Hong Kong legal, political, economic, and social and cultural rights still significantly different from those of the PRC's citizens. The status and future of this relative autonomy is now increasingly uncertain as the Beijing government moves to control more directly the political process from 2017. The famous North Korea 2012 photographs, including the one part 1 and the one part 2, two images which take us to the heart of this concentrated, spectacular regime. Number 1, part 1 shows us a crowd reacting animatedly to an event taking place in the upper left of the composition, as if Christ might be descending to the people, revealing his stigmata. Psychoanalyst Carl Jung believed that gods inhabited the earth as well as the heavens. People's psyches spontaneously produce imagery with religious significance. Hands and arms raised high in joyous clapping, as if the mere sound of clapping would not be enough. The welcome and applause must somehow appear visible, for it to be or become somehow authentic, verifiable. The flags above the people, yellow sickle and hammering on, seem improbably to be almost clapping too, streaming and billowing dynamically towards the upper left. Another empty blue sky grounds the image. In number 1, part 2, we see the source of their animation. The Jungian Kim Jong-un appears on the edge of the concrete podium, his own arms and hands raised, clapping, while he appears to look disconcertingly directly into Buffet's camera lens, and so at us, the viewers. How will we all respond? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to take questions or do you want to? Yeah?
The art amazing photograph. We're going to have a solo show in Beijing next year.
I think we've got time for about 5 minutes questions. And if you have a question, you can make sure you speak into the mic, then everyone at home can hear it too. Does anybody have any questions?
I could give you a bit more detail quickly while it's written immediately question.
Hello. I think maybe one more point is that only person got permission to take a picture in North Korea from outside. And also, what do you think is bring some dangers to him when they publish all the works outside, like in the Western world?
He's not the only one actually. I was at a conference in Seoul in South Korea a few weeks ago, where there was a photographer from Holland who's also taking photographs with the official permission of the North Korean authorities. So there are actually a few. I think it's slightly a myth the way that North Korea is projected as almost impossible to get into. We actually have quite sustained relationships with certain countries. Many, I think, are close about that as well. But Guofeng has a contract with the North Korean government to carry on taking workshops. It's renewed every year, actually. But we had a very interesting discussion of the conditions in which he takes the photographs. And some of that's the obvious kind of stuff where he is followed around by people telling him what he can and can't point the camera. But because he's developed a relationship with these people over several years, he actually has more freedom in those comments than lots of other people do. He also wants to continue working there and taking these photographs, so he actually agrees to certain limitations upon what he does. And that generated quite an intense discussion in Seoul about whether or not he actually is a vehicle for North Korean propaganda or not. But the works themselves, my sense is they have this kind of ambivalence, unresolvable ambivalence to them. It very much depends who's looking at them. Is that not your impression as well from these photographs? That they are very hard to read in a single way?
I can add something. I think that the key word is celebration, and I think that for North Korea that is a kind of celebration thing. We cannot forget also the relations between China and North Korea. I think China is the last country which can support, and I think the North Korea future depends on China too. And for the moment China wants to have North Korea as it is, then nothing is going to move. And third, I think that, and I wanted to say to you that recently a documentary film was made by a Spanish filmmaker called The Propaganda Game, and this film was screened in San Sebastian. Now I think it's going to tour around, and he's trying to show what is North Korea like and what the government and the system says about, and what the Americans say, representing the West. And I think that, North Korea is trying to have all these people around, if they can control that. And in this case, Álvaro Longoria, the Spanish filmmaker, was able to get into the country and to make this big film, because it's really a very good documentary, explaining to them what it was about, that he wanted to be in the middle, and the only thing he wanted is to show what was happening in North Korea, what was their opinion, what was by some representatives by the government, and he was interviewing them, but at the same time he said, I'm going to interview other representatives from the Western countries and a report from the United States. And that has been made possible thanks to the support of a North Korean man, which is a kind of military assistant to the government, a Spanish man, which really, he wants to be a soldier, he wants to become a kind of man from the North Korean army. He has very good relations with the government, and he made it possible. Then I think what you were saying, this can be interpreted or translated into a kind of celebration, and they know it. but at the same time, they want to open that, but controlling every possible representation of what is meant.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's fascinating to see this series photographed by Wang Guohe. I've never seen this series, and I just felt this is very, very strangely familiar, really. I wonder how many of us here have this experience, but I'm sure anyone born in mainland China, say in the 60s or 70s, will see those images so familiar. And I don't know, I mean, Wang Guohe was born in mid-60s, I think, or late 60s. He's not going there for curiosity because he knows what's happening there and he experienced those events himself. And this is even more interesting because when you see this power and energy, this power is not in the photographs, it's actually in the crowds, right? So when the photographer who went to the actual event to take those photographs, it's quite like, say, a photojournalist during the Cultural Revolution to take photographs then. And if I place, in fact, a photograph by, say, a photographer on Wang Naiqiang taken in 1966 or 67, it's almost identical. It's identical, it's not in people, but it's identical in their energies. Would you please share us a little bit more about contemporaneity in terms of the images taken in 60 and in 2014, 12 in a different country? Because I've never been to North Korea, I would love to. I've only been to South Korea. One of my curator friends there saying that his dream is to curate the very first Pingyong biennial. I don't know when that's going to happen, but yeah, please share us a little bit more about the contemporaneity of what you thought about from.
It's a very complex idea. I think in some ways best dealt with in a discussion because it will recur in our discussion today. But I think one of the points that I'm trying to make about contemporaneity is not a neutral term. It's actually an evaluative term, although often it's tacitly held. The values that contemporaneity express are partisan. So the question there is, are we all equally contemporary? And this is a big question around the global art world. My point is that at the moment we have this division of this contemporaneity into the dominant and then the emergent or peripheral regions. We know where the dominant one is supposed to be and where the peripheral and emergent region is supposed to be. And it's another term is a kind of late entry into modernity idea. The idea that Asia is somehow late backward in getting into being modern. So they're going to be back and late in getting into contemporaneity as well, aren't they? But the actual network, the system, is an asymmetrical one where the power is held still within the global economy by the West, basically, by North America and Western Europe, basically. So the contemporaneity is always a question of certain values, I think, and activities, as well as it's not a neutral term at all. It's bound up with notions about power and relation to the centre of power, I think. His work on Russia and PRC is, of course, you're right, it's about similar sets of questions. What happened to the idea of communism? So you have to read these images in relation to his images of Beijing. And he's taken lots of, also series of photographs of public buildings in Beijing and in Russia as well. All the great Stalinist buildings. So I think the question there is how particularly does this idea of communist contemporaneity, at the end of communist contemporaneity, relate, what kind of symmetry or alignment can it have to neoliberal capitalist contemporaneity? North Korea actually stopped calling itself communist. It now calls itself a socialist society. I think quite a significant change, internally at least, so that they recognise that this idea of communism cease to be contemporary. It can't exist in some existential way with the present global world. But I think we'll come back to this, I'm sure we will, later on. Okay?
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question. Have you got a question?
I should make one more point for the question, and that is that the North Koreans and the South Koreans, and from talking to people in South Korea recently, they want unification. It's the US and the Chinese who don't. Because it will, well, the Chinese particularly don't. Because it will put the Americans right on the Chinese border. At the moment, North Korea is a buffer state. And so the Cold War is still active. Whatever you want to call it, and whatever you think it's now about, it's the same pressures and anxieties and dread and threat of violence is absolutely focused in that part of the world. But the South Koreans, it's their families in North Korea. Still, for the older people. For the younger ones, it's a more complex, deterritorialized kind of issue around where they live. But it's the Cold War, active Cold War pressures and powers. So hence our discussion earlier about China's relation to America and the rest of the world is very focused in this part of the world. Still.
Okay. Thank you very much, Eddie. Thank you, Jonathan. That was brilliant. Right, so now we have a 15-minute break. If you want to use the bathroom, the left-hand side, we'll let you through the barriers. But if you can come back in 15 minutes and then we can get started. You can buy coffee from the Costa. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay, so we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Oh, if anybody needs a Wi-Fi code, by the way, at the reception desk, you have to have an individual one each, but we do have them. So if you ask at the desk where you signed in. Okay? Thank you all.
Well, the group used last night to do a talk over in business school on multi-faith societies. And I went on to use Manchester here that I needed to use for this today. So I put that way over there in the back of the car. I had about 2 hours and my own time last night. Went to sleep, woke up at 6 this morning in the car, back down here, and back it.
Well, I hope that they send it. And I hear you've got some fabulous images of the movie.
Oh, yes, oh, so shop.
Oh, that?
Yeah. I'm going to look after you.
Hello. Hi. We're now, if you can take your seats, please, and we'll get on with the next panel. Thank you. So please seat yourselves around tables, grab a chair around. There's some people waiting, that's all.
Hi everybody, so the next or first panel is around the theme of Asian spaces. Three speakers, that followed by a panel discussion will be with Zara Usher, Claudio Biotia, I hope I said that right. Kia. Yeah, Biotia. Tanzania. Sorry, over to Zara.
Thank you. Well, thank you to Heather, Rachel, Joshua, and Leah for having me here. Okay. China does not have a modern design history. This statement was offered by many of my oral history and interview subjects, which included design practitioners, academics, and museum curators, during a 6-week field trip to mainland China and Hong Kong between October and November last year. My research entailed investigating Chinese design museums, asking who these institutions might be for, what purpose they serve, and how they might even define design. These questions were in part driven by my own 7 years' experience of the Chinese design field since late 2008, which I have been documenting on a website called Design China. For 4 of these years, I lived in Beijing, during which time I witnessed anxieties among policymakers, academics, and practitioners alike around the future of design in China. In my paper today, I will examine how Chinese design museums might be addressing some of these anxieties by the research, construction, and reconstruction of 20th and 21st century design history narratives, using the China Industrial Design Museum in Shanghai as a unique case study. First, however, I would like to offer some observations about the changing nature of Chinese museums. Guided by policies intended to expand the culture and creative industries in China and to ultimately meet targets listed in the current 5-year plan, different levels of government are actively encouraging the construction of new museums. During this process, museum architecture, known as hardware, has developed at a much faster rate than, for instance, collection building or staff training or software. The aesthetics of Chinese museums in particular have transformed significantly over the past 2 decades, diverging from the socialist realism associated with the state institutions of the 1950s and 60s and advancing to a more modern or even postmodern appearance. Historian Kirk Denton observes that through the creation of powerful museum architecture, Chinese cities are forging modern and sophisticated self-images as they seek to join the world economically and culturally. This fits in the 21st century global pattern of museum building, a phenomenon that's popularly referred to as the Bilbao effect. The rapid construction of museums in China, described as Rachel highlighted, as the museumification of China by Director of China Megacities Lab at Columbia University Jeffrey Johnson and curator Zoe Alexander Florence, has already received much attention in the current discourse. The China Industrial Design Museum, however, disrupts these narratives in many ways. It does not, for example, possess its own commissioned or freestanding building, and is instead integrated into existing infrastructure. The physical space of the CIDM occupies an area of about 1,500 square meters in a complex called the Shanghai Industrial Design Center, a large initiative that is fully invested by a state-owned enterprise called the Site Motor Corporation. Little information about the architecture of its site has been made public. What is known, however, is that the Shanghai Industrial Design Center and the museum by default occupy the buildings of an old factory belonging to the host company. These were renovated under the guidance of the National Development and Reform Commission
the Shanghai city government and the Baoshan district government with a total investment of 110 million RMB. The restored complex was relaunched as the Shanghai Industrial Design Center in July 2008. Unlike many of the new museum projects in China, the China Industrial Design Museum originally launched as an independent research initiative set up by senior curator Shen Yu around 20 years ago. His aim was to recover and construct a modern design history for China by focusing on products of light industry developed between 1949 and the present day, a narrative that was widely believed to be non-existent by his contemporaries. Shen Yu had consequently hoped to establish an industrial design museum to share his research about 10 years ago. This goal could not be realized at the time, however, due to a lack of political and financial support. Nevertheless, the China Industrial Design Museum eventually materialized in 2010 under the Cyclones Corporation. Shen Yu attributes this development to a change in government approach. He explains that the district government official who facilitated cooperation between the senior curator and the Cyclones Corporation had expressed an interest in industrial design. It is probable that the Shanghai authorities were investing in industrial design at the time, especially since an emphasis on economic development had entered the Chinese cultural industry since 2009. This followed the global financial crisis of 2008, when domestic Chinese dependence on manufacturing had resulted in a 2.2% drop in overall exports in mid-December 2008, its biggest decline in 7 years. Additional problems observed included a lack of innovation signified by a rise in copy culture and imitation products, exhaustion of natural resources, and environmental pollution. In response, a transition from made in China to designed in China was proposed as the country's new economic strategy. Rather than rely on cheap labour reserves for unbundling, an economic term that describes the outsourcing of time-consuming processes and tasks to local regions, the suggested solution entailed encouraging local enterprises to make more high-value-added or branded products, which would require the addition of design. Consequently, the promotion of design and creativity gained momentum in the period between the 2008 Beijing Olympics and the 2010 Shanghai World Expo. The creation of the China Industrial Design Museum under a state-owned enterprise, therefore, would make tangible and thus visible the local government's commitment towards developing the design industry and facilitating economic growth. Accordingly, the Shanghai Industrial Design Center complex houses a range of bodies that share a similar ethos of connection with industrial design. It aims to become a place where manufacturing enterprises, design enterprises, and high-tech research educational institutions merge together, where markets meet production, all for the purposes of promoting the development of the industrial design industry. Official descriptions refer to the complex as the only creative park focused on industrial design in Shanghai. Its 7 buildings have consequently maintained a strong industrial aesthetic, reflecting the characteristics and content of the organizations it accommodates. These ideas and attributes are paralleled in the introductory text to the China Industrial Design Museum, which states, "The museum aims to demonstrate the active roles played by industrial design in enhancing core competitiveness of enterprises, transforming human lifestyle and driving new social development. Contemporary China is shifting from manufacturing power to a creating power, and the construction of the museum will serve as an important measure to encourage innovations in industrial design and disseminating excellent design culture." Such descriptions are also symptomatic of the kind of users that the centre and the museum expect, specifically entrepreneurs and design professionals, individuals working for manufacturing and design enterprises, and those involved in research and education. This is openly addressed by Shen Yu, who explains that his institution is primarily aimed at both local and foreign professional designers, academics, and students of design. Members of the public are encouraged to visit the museum, nevertheless they are its secondary audience. It is in this context of a transforming Shanghai then that Shen Yu was able to fulfill his personal goal of establishing a design museum. The senior curator also strongly maintains that only he and his core team of 20 run the institution, implying that state interference is minimal. This raises questions around the very content of the museum, in addition to how this content has been interpreted. For example, how the institution defines design via its object collections, and what kind of history this might represent as a result. For the remaining portion of this paper then, what follows is an analysis of the China Industrial Design Museum's current collections. It should be noted, however, that object acquisition is a fluid activity and does not remain static. Therefore, those museums' collections discussed are constantly evolving. A portion of the museum's collections may be viewed in a permanent space. In a document supplied by the museum, it is suggested that over 1,000 items were displayed when it first opened to the public in 2010. While its archive holds over 30,000 historical photographic images as well as over 400,000 words of historical text relating to the museum's collecting fields. These objects range from televisions, cameras, clocks, watches, fans and flasks, to cars, motorbikes, radios and toys, or objects of light industry. Since a full list of the museum's collections is not yet publicly accessible, a reading of the physical space visited by myself on the 28th of October 2014 will be used to analyse its contents in more detail instead. Upon entering the galleries, the visitor is from the onset confronted with two signs that define and explain design. The first displays this information in Chinese, and the second, situated just behind, appears in English. Titled The Definition of Design 2006, this presents design as a creative activity that may entail objects, processes, services, and systems in whole life cycles. Global social and cultural ethics are also addressed, alongside the role of semiology and aesthetics. Ultimately, design is explained as an activity involving a wide spectrum of professions in which products, services, graphics, interiors, and architecture all take part. Together, these activities should further enhance the value of life. This sets the tone against which visitors view and interpret the contents of the gallery. The inter-multidisciplinary approach embedded within this definition is successfully reflected in how the collections are exhibited. Object displays, for example, are supported by bilingual Chinese and English, text and labels, in addition to numerous information devices that span different mediums and disciplines, including photographs, drawings, diagrams, posters, and videos. Furthermore, the effects and influence of communism, the Soviet Union, and economic reform as implemented by Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s are also examined. Therefore, larger political, cultural, and socio-economic factors are integral to the narratives presented. This interpretation situates design as a continuously evolving process, one that entails the movement of people and sharing of ideas across both time and space, allowing the China Industrial Design Museum to move away from an emphasis on, for instance, aesthetics, and to offer instead historical, political, and socio-economic context. Moreover, Shen Yu works with an interdisciplinary team formed of lawyers, sociologists, and economists, which further enriches the outcome. At the time of the author's visit, a temporary show called Home and House was also on display. This was set against the backdrop of the 1970s Shanghai and aimed to explore the multiple meanings behind the Chinese character for house or home, jia. The bilingual Chinese and English exhibition employed a wide range of mediums through which information is presented, from an interactive life-size model of the 1970s Shanghai home, complete with the relevant interiors and household objects, which you can see on the right, to a material display of various kinds of wood used during manufacturing processes. The most significant part of this exhibition, however, was the inclusion and integration of contemporary design into the narrative, specifically that of a Shanghai-based furniture brand called More Less, Dorcha. This demonstrates the future direction of the museum as concerned by Shenyu, which on the one hand entails moving design history away from foreign canonical narratives, mostly associated with Western Europe and North America, and on the other combining local historical research with contemporary design practice in an attempt to influence the designers of today. Currently, the museum and its learning activities are predominantly aimed at a Chinese-speaking public. The institution is now considering how it may further engage global audiences through, for example, completely digitizing its collections. The museum also has the potential to play a more significant role in academia. Its transnational approach to local design historical research, which concentrates, of course, on the links and flows between people, ideas, products, processes, and patterns, may contribute to the decentralizing of design history from a Euro-American core as recently advocated by design historians Yuko Kikuchi and Yuna Lee. It also directly responds to foreign appeals such as those of design history professor Jonathan Woodham to uncover lost histories of design in less trodden parts of the world. Furthermore, as the design museums of China evolve, the character and visions of each could be developed in response to local context and need as informed by transnationalism. In this way, these institutions could bring their own unique contributions to domestic museum practice, complementing rather than competing with one another. On the other hand, where Chinese design museums might employ a transnational approach, this should eventually be linked back to the global through a local regional intersection, a process that could be facilitated by the creation of a stronger worldwide network of design museums and institutions. In this way, both localized design histories and contemporary practices may come together to form a world map of narratives, which would not only decentralize design history, but emphasize also the interconnectedness of the 21st century. Thank you.
We're going to take questions at the end during the panel discussions, so next is Chloe.
Hi, I'm an Italian visual artist and a PhD in Design Sciences, Department of Design and Planning of Complex Environment at the Doctoral School of New York University in Venice. But I'm here today as an artist, and the focus of my speech is this conference to show you some projects I made during an artist residency program in China, in Shanghai. Just a few words about my art. I am an artist fascinated and intrigued by the complexities of the surrounding world, especially when they more obviously affect society and public space. Cities are places of complexity per excellence is often at the center of my reflections. I try to draw attention on these aspects through post-conceptual pieces of art, which use multiple media materials. My aim is to create works and processes being as eloquent and meaningful as possible, the continuous search of formal synthesis in order to achieve a deep and direct involvement of the observer. So I stayed in Shanghai for some months of residency exactly 2 years ago, and I came back in Shanghai at the beginning of 2014 for a group exhibition in Pudong. I was an artist in residence at this hotel. This hotel is a renovated building in the foot of Shanghai, where artists, designers, photographers, performers can live and work hosted by the watch company. The watch company selected and invited me to investigate, as a visual artist, the Chinese metropolis. So, in the first weeks in Shanghai, I tried to approach the city to make reconnaissance, to take notes of this huge city. So, as a contemporary planner, I walked the street, I did a lot of pictures and notes, museums, galleries. I asked all sorts of information to watch their staff and fellow artists. But my job as a visual artist was to find alternative and original ways to annotate and represent the city, to take a portrait of Shanghai. So, I found a new way to represent the city thanks to the photo booth thread in Shanghai. The photo booth always intrigued me because these machines are mostly in very significant places as train and subway station, square, passage, galleries, parking lots, shopping malls. In this project, I forced the photo booth to take portraits of the urban complex that is around them. How is it possible? It's simple. I put a mirror in front of the camera. So I entered every photo booth I found in Shanghai, 40 more or less. I left open the curtain, I put the mirror in front of the camera, I turned the mirror 45 degrees. So the machine takes the photo of what there is outside. So the photo booth does not look inside, but thanks to the mirror, it looks to the external environment. In this way, I made a collection of more than 40 passport photos to create a new and original portrait of the city. I found also an alternative way to take note of the city. The Shanghai Reportage Note is a kind of reportage of my month in Shanghai. I like the reportage technique because it forces me to touch the things, because these actions remove the distance between me and the city. And because it transforms the tactile things into something physical. So, using a pencil and rice paper, I realized scrubbing of manholes, walls, decoration, furniture, street furniture, soap, biscuits, mooncakes. After this first period of discovery and notation of the city, I started a second phase of work, more critical, reflective, and somewhat provocative. I think that the new project has been strongly influenced by the Shanghai area in which I live, the booming. The wood is at the same time a touristic area, but also to banks and government offices, where there are a lot of shops of fashion and luxury brands just a few blocks far from Fuji Road, the traditional calligraphy street. In my movement around Shanghai, I use mostly the subway. I was struck by something in the subway. In every gate of subway station, there were luggage scanners. These scanners, as you know, generate particular images. They give to every material a peculiar color, green for the inorganic material, blue for metal, orange for organic material. I decided to use this machine in an artistic way, trying to create classical still life images. So, to take this project, during this project, I prepared a tray with typical objects of still life. So pottery, food, crockery, and I passed this tray into the scanner. I had no authorization to do this. These images were obtained by photographing the screen of the scanner machines without permission. This project has an ironic and provocative aspect. I use these machines created for serious reasons as safety control to create works of art distinctly decorative. During my investigative program, I reflected also about the Chinese calligraphy. So I made a particular contemporary collages that are my personal approach to Chinese calligraphy. These scenograms, so in this scenogram, the strokes of the scenogram are made by gluing clipping of fashion and luxury magazines. The background paper is the exercise paper for calligraphy. The cutouts that compose the collage are related to the meaning of these figures. So, the unit wall, for example, is made up of scraps of female bodies and clothes, the same for male interact. I made also another series of collage related to the economic growth sequence. This collage I realized using cuttings of financial newspapers. I used exclusively graphs and charts of economic indicators, trend and market analysis, and images related to money, luxury, and riches. Using this cutout, I created these odd and ironic creatures in some way representative of our time. The last project I would like to show you is a temporary public installation we made in the Bund. This urban installation is an unusual sundial. It's a sundial that uses the urban poles for signals, for lamps, and no one. Instead of marking the hours, it prefers to indicate and suggest specific action and activities, ironic and non-functional actions, lazy and non-productive activities. For example, make a joke, make you laugh, use your time. I installed this sundial close to a bank in the Bund, in front of Pudong State River. I made this installation because the measured time today, especially in big cities, is calculating the scale, optimized to achieve maximum functionality and super productivity. The sundial is a kind of ironic light object for the liberation of human time and public spaces. So these are the projects I developed during my stay in Shanghai. All these projects are attempts to build face this complex concept that is China. This is just a personal, partial, limited experience. My projects are trying to be just ideas and suggestions for thinking about the culture, society, the country that is rapidly changing. Thank you.
The next and final speaker for this session will be Ian Tang.
I'm Ian Tang. First of all, I'll start to introduce myself, and I'm going to introduce my current project, the landscape. I'm Ian Tang, curator and researcher currently based in London. In my final MFA studies at Goldsmiths Universities of London, I examined identity reconstructions in transforming society as China through its bodily and spatial practices. My final project, the landscape, will be presented as a touring event covering locations including London, Beijing, and Hong Kong. In addition to this, I'm interested in the artistic response to the dynamic transitions of 21st century digitality. As an arts writer, I have passions in publishing practices. I have published a project called Mirage in the Standard Model curatorial propositions with other 17 curators in July 2015. In addition to these, I'm also a founder and a member of an artist collective, The Rooftop, we call Tenkai Xiaozu, in China, which was established since 2010. Give me a day and we will show you a splendid wall is a slogan for the film park, Widow of the Wall in Shenzhen. Obsession of the wall has never declined in China. The wall represents the imaginary world of developed country, the rich, the civilized, the spectacle. In the 90s, the theme park that filled with world landmarks was become one of the most popular destinations for family holidays. Once it celebrates the world with the instant stage setting, now China is making itself into a stage that contains the world. Along with the boom of real estate economy, millions of commercial housings were built in the historical Western style, as if copies from postcards. A mirror residential complex of Dutch England was found in Chengdu, where it housed 200,000 residents there. In Guizhou, a gated community copy a small town in Austria, Passau, with a great details and dedication that even Austrians can be confused. The government designed a set of satellite communities in Shanghai, consisted of 10 full-scale replicas of different foreign cities that had the capacity to house about 300,000 people. American journalist Bianca Bosca has named these gated community housing as simulacrascape, combining the simulacra concept from Baudelaire and landscape. Indeed, this simulacra housing, in the fashions of Western facade and operated under the notions of community, created a sense of dreamland by collective fantasy from the property owner in China. This simulacrascape, as Stefan von Schwang states from the book written by Joshua creator Zhang Jiehong, An Era Without Memories, saying, these simulacrascapes are Chinese passions of possessing the outside world. The passion here, Von Schwang argues, is not only about ownership of replicas, but also the effects on these replicas on their context. Globalization makes everywhere look the same but feel different. In the 17th century, the West was translating its Egyptian mastery. In the 21st century, China was copying European cities for its rich citizens. Not only do people travel, but buildings and landscape too. But the way information is displayed and distributed today leads to a slippage and distortions of objective facts. The circulations of architecture in artistic practices and demonstrate this phenomena beautifully. This summer, Taipei presented the splendid water at the session in Vienna. 4 Chinese character is installed temporarily on the surface of the museum, which mirroring the real estate in Guangzhou, China, a real estate that had copied the museum in full scale for its community. The movie architecture was captured in the survey film Paris Syndrome in 2007-2008 by Jun Yang. Jun Yang has documented various of copying communities in South China with 2 performative characters wearing corporate clothes in the camera. In these cases, architecture as an information has been re-edited and translated during the process of communication. Therefore, information, image, and architecture here have mutated, decontextualized, and reformed. Yet, these were more than just architectural doppelgangers, they were reimaginations. They were not something left behind, but something carried forward with us. These are the afterlife of architecture images, the fantasies that has been decontextualized and manifest with a new meaning. By bringing architect and artists into the think tank, Pasted Landscape was not only looking for a proposition for local residents to engage the rapid urbanization transformation process in China, but also raise a question to the global citizens on how they imagine the city space they inhabit now, as well as the space for the future. Architecture is not just about a building, but about a set of built environments, social relationships, and spatial orientations. Pasted Landscape invites participants to think architecturally about how we inhabit in our world. The urgency of investigating in this simulacrascape emerged from the unique value when the reading about contemporary China in terms of its motivation behind copying. Underneath the foreign facade, the drive and function is highly indigenous. Quote from Bianca Bosca's book, Original Copy, The Military Architecture in Contemporary China. These simulacrascapes are identically different from other architectural mimicries. First, they are different from the one studio worldwide and the film park such as Disneyland. In the film park, the fantasy created from this simulated environment is temporary. The magic disappeared when one leaves the dreamland. In simulacrascape, however, the fantasy can continue for hours, days, or even years. Secondly, it cannot be understood as Chinatown or Koreatowns around the world, which are the product of immigration. Within this landscape in China, there are barely any cultural connections between these residents and the Western facade, not to mention the absence of nostalgia in this landscape. Lastly, it cannot be explained as a colonial architecture, as the purpose and political implications are completely different between these commercial housings and the colonial heritage. As the landscape is community, is housing, is home, it speaks national strategy as well as it speaks market demand. However, most importantly, it speaks the property owners' memories, aspirations, and identities. So, Pasted Landscape is a year-long curatorial research project which features artistic practices and architectural studies focusing on the mimicry housing phenomena in transforming societies. By artistic and architectural investigations, Pasted Landscape aims to provide a platform intended to unpack the complexity behind mimicry architecture phenomena, invite students and intellects to participate in these discussions. So, Pasted Landscape actually approached the questions of motivation and original drive behind the copy practice start from two documentary films. One is Chinese Dreamland and the other one is Double Happiness. Chinese Dreamland, a documentary film by David Boyenston, which focuses on how developers and local governments in southwest China markets and new cities they were building. And Double Happiness by Ella Rado. It is the first full-length documentary film features Chinese copy of Hasbach, a small town in Austria, as a starting point to glimpse these transforming societies. These two documentaries look at the housing boom and the copying practices from a very different perspective. When David Boyenston highlights the discourse of internationalization as the driving force and motivations of the similar landscape, he considers the phenomenon to be highly led by the local government. On the other hand, Ella looked at the impact of globalization and cultural economy in this copycat community by referring and echoing the classic work, The Sound of Music in 1960s. Ella highlighted the impact of the mass media and the circulation of information in constructing a national cultural image. Following the two film screening in London, Hong Kong, and Beijing, a seminar will be delivered right after the film screening, which composed an architecture research presentation, artist talks, post-colonial research presentations, and live performances. So, in order to illustrate how this project will carry out, we have made a 3 minutes video proposal for applying for Hong Kong Architecture Biennial in early August. Even though the actualization of the pavilion is still in the process of negotiation, but the proposal is an examination of interdisciplinary collaboration between me as a curator and John Dunn as an architect. And now we show you the 3 minutes video.
Hi, I'm Celia Tuck. I'm a curator and researcher currently based in Redcar.
Hi, I'm John Zack. I'm a practicing architect and PhD scholar at the Royal College Bar in London. Together we present Double Take.
Double Take is an ongoing artistic project that examines the basic practice of architectural mimicry in the residential real estate sector in contemporary China.
Globalization has made everything look so sad but beautiful. In the 17th century, the West was translating the East into shimatsuri. In the 21st century, China is copying European cities for its rich citizens. It seems not only do people travel, buildings and landscape do too.
These are more than just architectural doppelgangers. They are reimaginations. They're not something left behind, but something carried forward with us.
Critically, this phenomenon occurs in the residential sector, shaping and reflecting the idea of the home and individual identity for emerging middle class in China.
For the Bi-City Biennale, Double Take examines these issues through a bespoke pavilion that will host a series of film screenings, exhibitions, discussion panels, and workshops, bringing together creative works from scholars, artists, filmmakers, and architects from Austria, China, the UK, and Hong Kong.
Double Take will also explore to what extent this phenomenon is informed by the Chinese dream of an emerging middle class and how this differs from the aspirations of their counterparts in Hong Kong.
The pavilion serves as a physical manifestation of the critique that Double Take is developing, Conceptually, Pavilion seeks to satirize the practice of architectural mimicry by copying, distorting, and inverting the Doric column, one of the most recognizable archetypes in the canon of classical European architecture, and frequently copied in the mimicry architecture of China. It consists of a series of cut and hung fabric sheets, which cumulatively define close to the volume of the Doric pattern. The pavilion will be light, soft, and interactive. It can dilate and contract beyond its starting size, respond to the changing content that it hosts. It will utilize site-specific materials, and the building process itself will engage with local architecture students and the wider audiences in Hong Kong.
Within the boutique pavilion, the following content will be presented.
Double happiness.
A Hong Kong premiere of Elevator's film, which takes the Chinese copy of Hashtag, a small town in Austria, as the starting point to explore China's fast urbanization and the culture of copy. Pasted landscape.
A talk given by Celine Hao on circulation and complexity of architecture in artistic practice. Agency of imitation.
A presentation of the research essay and a video collage by John Zhang, which discuss the structural issues that contribute to the phenomenon of architecture mimicry in contemporary China.
Problematizing Chineseness.
A research presentation that aims to interrogate the concept of Chineseness through an analysis of the complex history of Hong Kong in the Desmond Shah.
Booming Cities.
A visual essay by Xin Yuan, which examines China's urban transformations through a set of time-based satellite analysis and maps in the Pearl River Delta. A workshop with students from local architecture schools. The day-long event will be asking students to use film to explicate their own critiques of architecture mimicry.
Double Take is part of a year-long touring project and will travel to London, Beijing, and Taiwan. Where the debate started in Hong Kong will have a legacy beyond the United.
Yeah, sorry. So that's the video proposal I've sent to the Hong Kong Architecture Biennial, and they are really happy with it, but they don't like to pay for building pavilion. So I'm still finding my way to actualize this architecture commission, because I think it's a very important process to commit to show the collaboration between curatorial practices and architecture researchers through the commissioning of physical structure, architectural object, such as pavilion. So, last but not least, to have the honor to speak in this conference, I want to mention that curating as a manner of working or as a research methodology is very useful in researching socio-political issues. Curating is a way to connect certain research with wider audiences in an engaging way, from verbal interpretation, visual presentation to spatial orientation. Curating architecture is one of my main research interests. The fact that the routines of artists and architects share many practical and theoretical concerns and have intertwined histories. It has long been the case that a wide range of artists are influenced by contemporary developments in the architecture field, and that architects look into the conceptual and methodological strategies of artists for ideas. However, any singular clear translation between architecture ideas, artistic concepts, and specific sites within the developing field of curating should be questioned. In researching Chinese visual culture, the dynamics between contemporary art and architecture practices has a strong presence. For example, as curator Zhang Yong's book, Built Fruits fully illustrates how the interaction between art and architecture can be presented and translated. In contemporary China, architectural biennials has introduced large-scale spatial installations has shown rather frequently. There are Chinese architects that inspired and borrow concepts from contemporary art practices. On both artistic and architectural approach, a critical perspective can be presented. To research and present those into dynamics, I believe curating could be an efficient approach in research, and also an interdisciplinary one too. Pace the Landscape examines these ideas by organizing series of events and commissioning a pavilion. there are many limitations in this single project, but I take this as an important attempt to researching cultural changes in transforming societies. And that's all. Thank you very much. And this is the website. Please have a look. All the talks and performances will be on the website with videos and scripts. Thank you very much.
If the three speakers want to join me in front for a discussion now. We've just had a tiny bit of feedback through Twitter that it's perhaps quite quiet on the live feed. So, okay, just to make sure we talk about I just firstly want to thank you all for your perspectives on your current practice and how diverse and interesting they were in these conversations about the transformation of space through design, curatorial practice, art practice, architecture, and how those become methodologies in themselves for research. And I just wanted to pick up on a few strands of thought before asking questions. So I was interested, Zara, in how you mentioned that the museum is aimed at local and foreign academics and students as a construct, and I thought we could talk about more in terms of what museums in Chinese context do they for. Also the focus on the local and the local levels and different levels of engagement and that challenge of engaging with the local audience, which through your practice, Claudia, you were starting to look at, and how you look at your local surroundings and negotiate city for the first time. So local resonance as well, an impact versus local need and want for that use of space. This culture of copying. So the rich, the civilized, the spectacle, I thought was quite an interesting statement that you came through, which represents a lot of the practices going on in China at the moment. And this architecture as information, which I think all of you touch on through your work, and the idea of artists as a connection. I just wanted to say one thing that actually relates to this, that at the Freeze talks last week, I heard Tobias Berger, who's the new director of the Hong Kong Police Station Museum Development, speak about the idea of creating museum culture and why we create museum cultures. And over here, it's very much about public engagement because we're using public funds, that it's very much for the local audiences, and that we make sure that we engage with local people to work out what we're showing for the right reasons, whereas there it's still very new. And now there is an understanding now that they need to create museums for local people, and that if they do that, then a tourist will come and other audiences will come, but it's very much about the local. So I kind of wanted to open that as a first question, and the importance of local and the challenges of the local. I don't know who wants to start. In terms of thinking about the local perspective in relation to research for your practice, there are challenges that have come with that local or trying to engage in that.
Actually, I might go back to how you opened the discussion in relation to how museum that I was discussing in particular, which I do believe in some respects is a very unique case study, how this interacts with various different audiences. The curator specifically mentioned, and I spoke of this in my talk, that his museum is predominantly the primary audience will be design practitioners, academics, and curators, and that is very much because they are building on what is perceived to be a lost design history, so researching those narratives and putting them together in a public sphere. However, what I wasn't able to cover in my talk in relation to the time course was how it does interact with the local public. initiatives for instance, high school students or children. So on the one hand, the museum might organise a variety of different activities for high school students, and on the other they offer private sessions which parents can purchase. So there is now, at least for this particular institution, an awareness of this creating some sort of space that engages the public in that way. And they're now building on that, which I think is very, and I say that this is unique because it might not necessarily be done in the same way that, for instance, national museums might partake or offer these kinds of activities. So I think it's something that's definitely growing, and working with contemporary course that is constantly moving, fluid activity. So as we're speaking of this project, it is developing in itself.
Do you both see the same with your practice? Do you see that kind of younger generation engagement or a divide in audience engagement locally?
Well, it's slightly different approach. So my project in Beijing actually will be realized in this December. So I will be known by time. But coming from living experience in China, there's definitely different levels of engagement between different generations towards socio-political problems or towards education or the use of museums. In terms of architecture, I think there are architecture and design. Chinese people, what is interesting in China would be how people reinterpret the given design and given information by their really original way, and they are actually not here to express their own original interpretations. You can see from so-called the whole Shanghai industry, and also from all these commercial houses, the attitude towards the authentic archetype is actually not worshipping, it's actually a yes we can attitude, and the way they interpret it is also highly original and indigenous in a very contemporary Chinese way. And I think that would be something really interesting in terms of how China and audience or people in China engage with culture, especially Asian culture or culture from outside of China. And it's extremely interesting if you look at it in relation to the whole trip of Chinese dream and spatial race, and also the whole notions of Chineseness after the rehandling of Hong Kong and more discussions with Taiwan.
I think this is something that we'll move on to after I hear Claudia's perspective, is this interpretation of the Chinese dream. So I'll just, yeah.
With my project, especially the last project I did, Subway and Hyundai, I tried to engage the people. I try to engage people with my projects, but as I said, not from something. But also because my real aim was to try to engage, I was just a reporter in my research program. I was just an anthropologist. And my aim was to try to engage Western people, because especially in my country, is ignorant about China. So my aim is to bring something from China to us. So with my project, I hope to engage Western people.
Do you think through that there was an immediately imposed sense of Chineseness on your practice to your Western friends? Was there cultural assumption made because it was made in China and you used very clear Chinese symbolism in your work? Or could they see beyond that? Okay. I was interested in the idea of Xi Jinping's message of obviously wanting to achieve the Chinese dream, but also how this is interpreted outside of mainland Chinese contexts, in the more broader Asian contexts. And Sian, I think you can talk about this, especially in terms of Hong Kong and how that differs, certainly in terms of an architectural understanding.
So in my event, I invite a post-colonial scholar, Desmond Chow, to talk about how possibly as a method to kind of reimagine networking according to a maritime network instead of nation-state orientation. He took possibly a very interesting starting point to actually see through the whole complexity and problematic uses of the umbrella term Chineseness and the notions of Chineseness. So I think he referenced Hong Kong, he referenced a lot with the overseas Chinese, whereas he referenced a lot from Fujian and Canton area where a huge populations are overseas Chinese, and also examining the whole notions of identity through the tombstones and how they locate their origins and the fatherland. Like the notion of 习惯, like where you come from, your family origin is different from where you have born, and also it's different from where you live the language. So from this perspective, you can see a very interesting discussion in identity issues inside the post-colonial context. It's not neither nor relationship between two identities or even more, but it's both this and this and this, they are all accepted and presented in a rather equal and parallel way. So in this way, I think Desmond really questions the whole rhetoric of Chineseness in relation to Chinese dream, because if you look at slogan of Olympic Games called One World, One Dream, is there one world and is there only one dream? So all these questions, as you look at the mimicry architecture in China, clearly they are copying, but the way they interpret the copying and also the way they apply feng shui into very specific architecture shows they are definitely not dreaming the same dream, even though all the dreams seems to inform the celebrations of economic success, but the individuality and individual aspirations are becoming more and more obvious from my perspective.
I think that comes through in all three of your practices, is this kind of individuality and trying to understand the more individual and local perspective within China. I'm very aware of time, so I want to open it up to the audience. If there are any questions?
I wanted more to add a comment to your presentation about the conflict cities in China. There is a project that has been going on from 2005, 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10 in Barcelona with a professor of the university, Martí Peran, who is also a curator, and he started a project called After Landscape Copied Cities. That is a big project about the cities that are copied all around the world. And obviously he was insisting about this story in China. I liked your presentation. I think it was interesting that you are working in that way, and I think you have a big field because there are a lot of factors going on around it. And I wanted to ask you why. There is one of the images which is Dohusu construction he made, that is an installation he made in the Contemporary Museum of Art in Seoul, the new museum, and he opened the exhibition with this, and I saw the image all of a sudden and I thought, why is it here?
Which one?
It's an image which is blue, and this is representing a building in Paris, only a fragment. That is just very quick, a very fast image that was in the don't know why, because it has nothing to do, I think, with that, but it's a very nice image, and it's just short, and I thought, why is that here?
Okay. Well, the video was made by architect John based on his research on mimicry architecture and also the mutations of Western elements in contemporary Chinese buildings, especially commercial housing, commercial malls. So I will assume that's actually from his piece of research.
I have a question for Tang Shiyun. I think in China, the commercial housing property is a product. So how does the architectural design style to cope people's new expectations? I'm from University of Huddersfield, and normally we will take third-year architecture student to China to take urban studies. They will choose one site to do the final project. And when they're doing the project, they ask the local people, because those people is from rural to urban, that ask the people, what are you expecting for your new houses? Are you expecting something from the past, or what architectural style you expecting? But actually, the response from the people is so different from what the student they're expecting. The response is we want to be a proper citizen. We want just our houses just like others people in the city. So it's like people's expectations might different from what our designers we are thinking. Also, I've been working in China, and the client just ask me, you have been studying in Britain. We want to designing a community's English style. So could you please try your best to design the community as much as you can to be a proper English style? So I'm asking myself, what is English style? So.
And just a really quick brainstorm. There's a term called simplified European style called 简约欧式 in China, which is completely invented by the developer, which means just add a minimalist facade on the building to make it feel like European style, which is not a proper imitation even. So to respond to your questions, there are a few things you need to look at. The first is what I've been examining about mimicry architecture is mainly informed by the aspiration of new middle class, and also the people who we call property middle class, people who own the properties, and people who can afford to buy a dream or buy a house that is more fulfilling their aspirations and imaginations. And also a very important point to look at this phenomenon is the impact of media and architecture as informations. I mentioned it through the research of Elredo's film, which she borrowed the fashion of The Sound of Music, which highly represents, it's a Hollywood production which represents Austrian culture. But ironically, Austrian people doesn't really feel connected to this particular film because first of all, they don't really like musicals and there are not people singing in the mountain. It's quote from the artist, she's an Austrian. And second of all, it's abusive archetype created by Hollywood productions, mass media, TV productions, etc., etc. And the way Chinese is imagining the West is actually through the Hollywood films and mass productions. And you can see actually and researching this kind of mimicry architecture, you can see Chinese is actually interpreting an imaginary West, an archetype of the others through this really daily practice, mundane practices from homes of the way they choose their life and whether they choose to buy an IKEA for their house to pass to their sons or buy really traditional furniture. All this actually relates to how in contemporary China, who is, like, first of all, what I'm talking is the new emerging middle class, the so-called new bourgeoisie. I'm not talking about everyone in China because there is huge difference between different social backgrounds, people from rural area, people who are actually working in a proper companies and becoming more and more rich and be able to afford houses more than one. So when you talk about how to see the future, I'm just questioning whose future you're talking about. Just ask the questions of Chinese dream. Whose dream is this? Who you're talking to? That's my problem. I think we have different solutions for a different group of people, but we don't have a unified answer. I think that's an imaginative unified answer is actually the main problem of all the questions related to China, from my perspective.
I just want to respond to that because in terms of your questioning this future and what is the future of China, at the same time, and a couple of you both mentioned through your archaeology of practice that you mentioned, but also I know you're dedicated to building an archive design through your blog and through your website. You're very much dedicated to that, so it's as much about acknowledging or trying to create an archive that's never been built before because it's moving so fast. In Chinese context, they've very much not been thinking about their past or valuing or looking after that as a memory and also for research use. And yet at the same time, we're already questioning that future. So it seems like there's no time spent, actually thinking or processing what's going on and what's happening. Sorry, I can see hands in the air.
It's just something which amuses me. Just something which amuses me, and I thought I'd throw it out there. But I've been trying to suggest to various people for a while now that we need a book called Occidentalism that follows Edward Said's classic Orientalism, that looks at the way in which Asia responds to ideas. Not just in architecture, but in things particularly that interest me, like manga and anime. These conceptions, and maybe Jonathan, maybe your book might include some of this, I don't know, but I just think it would be a really interesting book to see in that format. I don't want to write it, but maybe somebody else.
I think a few people are already starting to unravel these ideas as a terminology.
I think it's really interesting to hear all three speakers talk and the notion of locality and dream. I think China's future is only one dream away, closer and closer. I think the Chinese dream, some can't say that it's a copy to the aspiration of the American dream, but I think the Chinese dream is very physical in a way, because you see all those images and you can see the elusiveness of the reality. It is a dream, and I really like to add just one more to the colleague here about creating a British or English style of living, and I think that this is slightly different, subtly different with what Serene talked about original copies and moving the Venice to Hangzhou, for example. But what you are talking about is actually an invitation to reinterpret the understanding of British architectural environment. And I think that there isn't any truth about that, but there is a true understanding of the designers and architects to reinterpret the cultural perspective of the living environment. I think that will be very interesting to discuss.
Is that aimed to?
Sorry?
Is that a question for somebody?
It's not a question. It's
more of a proposition.
Very quickly to that, it goes back to what I was saying earlier on about the disjunction between representation and reality, although representation is part of reality. Dream is to ideology, actually, in a way. And remember what the Marxist Louis Althusser said is, ideology is how we live our imagined relation to the real relations of production. But it's how we imagine we live in relation to what is actually conditioning how we do live. That disjunction is never going to go away.
I think that's a pretty perfect way to end. Oh, is there one more? We'll have one more. I was going to say that was going to be a nice, inclusive thing.
It is a very good way to end. I just a quick remark actually on the answer that the speaker gave just now. It was fantastic, and in part because I think it is important to understand also what Jonathan was saying about the ideology link is also very important here. But you know, as you can tell from my accent, I'm not from these parts, and I can tell you that in this country, the way in which this group called the English or the British understand America is through film. And when people go to New York and they point out things like, oh, that building looks just like you saw in the Woody Allen movie or whatever, that we have to be very careful not to homogenize nations, and not to also believe everything you see in films, because obviously there's a big difference, and that's why I thought that the final remark you made was so pertinent, because you were keeping it open and insisting on open encounters, and I thought that was very, very pertinent.
I think this is definitely something that's going to continue into this afternoon. Certainly, kind of discussions between the ideas of nationalism and transnationalism and moving away from cultural assumptions made about China and given to cultural practice. Ooh, we've got one more, squeezing it in. And then there's
So I think it's really important that the cultural assumptions go both ways.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important point. It's not just about assumptions about Chineseness or Americanness, it's assumptions about Britishness, Polishness, whatever. So,
which I think came through definitely in terms of creating a British architecture.
Yes.
So we're going to break for lunch now. We're starting again at, is it 2? 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much everybody for this morning.
We are trying to do something about the temperature. We've got a thermometer in here with the microphone, the technicians and engineers of the university. So we are trying to do something. Sorry? Hello. The sandwiches are outside where the coffee was earlier.
Everyone's back here on time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So now we're going to go into the afternoon session, which is entitled Shifting Positions, whatever that means. And so first we can welcome, can you pronounce your name?
You can call me English Dylan.
This is Dylan, and he's going to be the director of the Cronus Arts Centre. And we've been very fortunate this year because you have the fellowship that Shenxing has taken part in. So I'm just going to wait for a few more people to come in. I'll just pass you over to Joshua because he'll be able to fill you in.
Yeah, just to very quickly, 1 minute. We are very fortunate to have this collaboration with the CAC, Corona Art Center in Shanghai, which is a non-profit space opened in 2013. I think the conversation starts with Mr. Zhang Dylan, who kindly offered a lift to take me back to my hotel. So in the car, we started to discuss whether there's any possible collaboration can be explored. And then we talked about the fellowship. The fellowship is a 6-month fellowship, which is financially supported and created by Ms. Zhang. And you will see the fellowship Shenxi's work in collaboration with Professor Johnny Golden later on this afternoon. May I just take this opportunity to thank Dylan's generous support to this fellowship. I know that later on in the evening that Professor Tim Wall, who is the Associate Dean for Research, he will make a proper thank to Mr. But he will be leaving just a bit earlier than we expected. He's heading off to somewhere nice to have a holiday and leave us alone in this cold room. But otherwise, we will welcome Dylan to talk about his center.
Okay, thank you. Very pleasure to be here to share what we are and what we do. Yes. Actually, I'm not director of CAC. Normally, I stand behind the stage because I'm non-professional background. So here, I just give you some very brief introduction of Cronus Art Center. Cronus Art Center is a non-profit organization which provides a platform for the public education, presentation, promotion, and production of media art. And it was founded in 2013. I founded it with 2 partners, one curator named Li Zhenghua and an artist, new media artist Hu Jianming. Some new situation from the beginning of this year. Zhang Ga was on board as artistic direction. So Zhang Ga is a curator and professor of video art. So let me share. Excuse me. So here is the organization of the Cronus Art Center. So under the board, we have a 2-part executive team and the steering committee. So let me share some of the committees. It's founded this year. Zhang serves as the chair, and the committee consisted of leading scholars, artists, and museum professionals in the field of media art. So we closely interactive with them through public events, exhibitions, publications, and they will also be invited as jury to review competition and other programs. The steering committee brings a strong academic support to CAC and extends the international network. So since 2013, CAC has held a series exhibitions. There is a short video to review these events. The opening exhibition is Rex Media's collective solo exhibition. Last May, the first abroad exhibition we organized together with Momentum in Berlin. And this year we have a new project. We named it Folklore of the Cyber World. It's a series of parallel online projects on the theme of Folklore of the Cyber World, organized by CAC as the new media art partner institution of the Chinese Pavilion of Biennale Venice this year. So revealing the younger generation of Chinese artists in their critical engagement with pervasive media society and creative use of new technologies. And the first online exhibition is presented by Shen Xi. Here's the photos. And the Grand Voyage by Guo Xi and Zhang Jianling. And Miao Ying's work. And Wang Yuyang. So let me talk about the public program. As a non-profit organization, along with exhibitions, public programs also take important part. And through lectures, performance, workshops, forums, the function of events go beyond public education. Audiences are really engaged into these events and involved in the knowledge creation process sometimes. These posters show parts of public events from 2013 to present. It is worth to mention that starting from this year, CAC launched the Leonardo Art, Science and Technology Lecture Series, which is co-organized by CAC and Leonardo in collaboration with leading Chinese art institutions. Each installment of the series will feature renowned guest speakers from around the world on topics within the ever-expanding scope of art and science. And in this August, David Joswit, renowned art historian, professor in the art history PhD program at the CONY Graduate Center, gave the inaugural lecture titled Dark Cloud at CAC. Here's Joswit. And the next lecture will be given by Rudolf Friedrich, San Francisco MoMA curator of media arts. So on this December. And then let's talk about research and creation. This year we have launched the research creation program. Integrates art practice with scientific methodologies in experiments leading to the conception and the production of artworks. It encourages transdisciplinary works, collaborations and collective thinking as a production mode, enriching the creative process and generating new academic knowledge. The CC research creation concentrates on the following 5 areas: emotion networks and haptic gaming, generative art and big data, intelligent audio-video systems, existential technologies, and it's from bit. On this July, head of research creation Fido Sagarila and executive director Guo Chen announced this program through a lecture and presented their own artworks to introduce the methodology of RC to the audiences. Here's a photo. Now I will introduce the fellowship and the residence program. So the first fellowship projection is we together. So just as Professor Joshua introduced moments ago, and today Shen Xi will show the result of this fellowship. And also CSC Research Creation Fellowship and Ambitious Research Fellowship to host international artists and researchers of extraordinary talent working in the area of new media art. And this will show some picture about the residence project. From 2013, we start to collaborate it with We2 in Rotterdam. So these pictures show the first project, and and 2014 two projects, and the latest one. Let's talk about art and technology. So it's another important program of CAC launched this year. Art and technology is an experimental project initiated by the Kronos Art Center in partnership with DKM, Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe, Germany. So this project supports mid-career and established Chinese artists working in traditional media to venture into new media field by pairing them with technologists and related industry to develop works that are unique and different from their established artistic vocabulary and formal strategies. Thus opening up new horizons, furthering the experience potential for these artists, and in turn contributing to the development of art making in the 21st century. The first artist commissioned in this series is international renowned painter Liu Xiaodong. And now we already started this project and set up a special team to work with Liu Xiaodong. And this is a Prix Net Art International Award for Net Art. So Kronos Art Center Rhizome and Personal are pleased to announce the second edition of the Prix Net Art. So $10,000 prize for the net art. The prize will recognize the future promise of an artist making outstanding work on the internet, as demonstrated by past achievement. So the Prix Net Art celebrates the current moment of net art and its future, and was created to acknowledge the shifting relationship between art and the web. So that's all. So that is CAC. And you can see some more information and details through our web. So here it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I now introduce Magdalena is it Formanik Polska?
So now I feel I'm the most oriental person here. Magdalena Furmanik-Kowalska, like by Kowalski in the USA. Okay. My presentation has titled Cultural Trouble, the significance of cultural context in art, history and research on Chinese contemporary art. I'm from Poland, so also I have different background. Sometimes I think more near background with Chinese people than the Western people, because Poland was also a lot of time by ruling by communists, but it was changed a lot now. So this is my presentation. The presentation will depict a transdisciplinary method created by me when I was working on my dissertation. Cultural Trouble is a paraphrase of the title of book of well-known Judith Butler. She discussed the impact of gender on the individual's identity, when the aim of my research was to analyze the influence of nature culture of the art group of selected Chinese women, and also in my dissertation in Japan as well. My research method is based mostly on the work out by classic history of art, but also drawn deeply from sociology of culture. My main research tool, on the other hand, is Julia Kristeva's theory of intertextuality. According to Kristeva, all cultural texts, including literary works, scientific studies, or artworks, are meeting points of various earlier ones. They all created specific mosaic composed of heritage, the elements of tradition, both material and immaterial, like scrolls painting or Taoist rituals. There is the reason why not only current political and social situation in China or People's Republic of China, but the knowledge of the traditional culture is so significant to properly read and interpret and then talk about Chinese contemporary art. Today I would like to demonstrate my research method on example of selected photographic project of two artists, Chen Qiulin and Liu Zhen. So, the first one. The former of do frequently Chen takes up in her work the theme of poorly thought-out modernization of cities, towns, and villages. In the ruin of her hometown, Wanshan, which was demolished and all its inhabitants were resettled due to the construction of the free draws dam on the Yangtze River, Chen arranged a performance, Farewell Poem, in 2002, which in turn became an inspiration of the series of photographics and video work. The artist, wearing a proper costume, it seems performing a scene from the opera Farewell My Concubine, which is very known in China, among the rubble of the demolished town. The show is close to her as demolished town because as a child she used to go to the opera performance with her grandfather and avoid lover of Sichuan opera. This is the reason why she chose scene from a well-known opera is the making of the farewell performance to honor Wanshan. The artist chose make references to vertical drama, symbol of the old culture that is became obsolete in modern China as a result of the too rapid and expensive modernization, which has devastating effect on both the natural environment and the society. The theme of the lonely woman in the white dress, this is another, sorry. The theme of lonely women in the white dress among rubble appears also in her other works. In this one, from 2009, Chen has been dressed as a bride wearing a Western-style wedding dress, but with very long sleeves, resembling those characteristical of traditional Chinese opera, but also the figure from the tombs from the first of this dynasty, Han Dynasty, for example. Standing in front of the ruins of the factory destroyed in earthquake, which hit Sichuan in May 2008. Long sleeve in theater emphasized the artistic expression of the actors and the emotion of the portrayed characters. But in this particular scene, they are hanging disorderly. The artist can be wearing the same outfits also in the photograph. I don't have this one. Old archway. As in Farewell Poem, also here the performance outfits is significant, so it's worth considering its symbolic meaning. In the context of China, white is frequently mistakenly associated with marching. This wrong interpretation is caused by the word su, which means unblamed fabric. The common Western beliefs associated the white color with the pure feeling after the death of family member of a friend. In case of this work, such interpretation could be justified because also the artists know the Western culture and this easy symbolism. The more that the woman is wearing pearls, which in Chinese tradition used to be symbolize tears but also purity. This later meaning of the pearls is, however, similar to the meaning of the pure whiteness, virginity. Thus, in these photographs of artists, two types of imaginary, mourning and purity, overlap. The first complements the image of ruined cityscape, and other stands in stark contrast to do it. The slide of lonely bride brings about question as to fate of her beloved one. It illustrates the tragedy of families separated by sometimes also natural disasters. Chen's work are then also the tribute to the person gone missing, the survivors and their suffering. This is what the artist had to say on the subject. We cannot avoid natural disaster. Let's go on. I made the videos and performed in this area hit by the earthquake as a commemorial and hope that more people will see how the people are living in this area and help them. The next series, The Garden, which show workers carrying branches on the peonias, can be an example of such a commemorial as well. In 7 photographs, we can see men walking through the city, which is undergoing of the process of modernization. They are passing the Yangtze River with the bank regulated with concern, ruined traditional architecture, construction sites, and modern skyliners. Nowhere, however, can they find a place for peony, considered by the Chinese to be the queen of the flowers. In classical Chinese art, the peony symbolized a young woman, and when painted together with lotus, plum, or chrysanthemum, it means spring. In Chinese work, branches of these artificial flowers, placed in ceramic vases, can be read in many ways. First and foremost, they represented the old culture, together with its traditional and garden design. It may be also be seen as a symbol of Chinese flora. There is no place for such value in the modern city when New Wanshan is being named now changed to Wanzhou, where the former gardens are replaced by park with artificial plants. Referring to this, the artist used in her plastic flowers, in her works, plastic flowers and imitation of porcelain vases. This way, she also emphasizes the unsuccessful modernization of present-day China, together with its manifestation, like the use of cheap, poor-quality materials in the production of imitation traditional goods, or replacing traditional wooden or brick architecture with stark homogeneous apartment blocks and office towers, and all garden with artificial plazas. References to traditional Chinese opera can be also found in the work of Liu Ren. Her photographic series, Peony Pavilion, The Garden, and the Peony Pavilion Exhausting Dream from 2008 are the quintessence of the kawaii aesthetic which originated in Japanese pop culture, characterized by exquisite cuteness and girlish. Kawaii is also connected with the production of cute gadgets, accessories, in the zip, which is not necessary for any teenagers now in Japan, in China as well, and in other countries. The Pavilion series show a pair of dancers performing scenes from the opera of the same title. Their scenery is the sky and the clouds in the skies, and the clouds are staged under their feet. Over their hands there is the rainbow. The entire display is skewed. Pink is dominant color. The dancer had the pastels, but around this is darkness one. At the last, on the other hand, in the image of pink liquid with the air bubbles inside, we can see stems from previous photographs. Are the parallel words or their memories? The author does not give us a strange answer, but instead leaves the viewers rather intrigued with such kind of final. Ordinary words constitute the main theme of the old Liu Zhen's work. An earlier project, Paradise, offers a visualization of her idea of the heavenly place. The artist is seen transforming into an angel with the white wings, one occasionally dancing with the multiple figure at the one of the gates of Forbidden City, and on another as a colossus looking from inside its walls on the modern Beijing. At the modern Beijing. The forms of her work are references to traditional painting. They include panoramas inspired by hand scrolls, as well as images inscribed in the circle or an oval like, for example, the ink sleeve that were meant to be placed in the albums of Chinese collectors. The artist used the same form in her other series, like Journey with Cow from 2010, which we see. In this series, Liu Zhen makes multi-level references to ink painting through a form, as a leaf means to be placed in the special collector albums, and also through the content. Each work contains iconographic motifs from ancient art. A water lily, a rock, cranes, crabs, crickets, butterflies, dragonflies, snakes, and blooming trees. The main theme in the references to the series of the 10 painting by Huo Yan from the Song Dynasty, which show a story of the herder and the ox. On her journey through the page of an album, the artist is seen walking into a black overcoat accompanied by a black cloud, which looks like streaks of the ink dissolving in the water. The black background is white, and the plants and animals colored, which brings to mind the ink painting. The cow from the title appears in two photographs, once in the form of calf and another the whole flock. There are no separate words in the Chinese language for cow, an ox, and a bull. The animals used to be employed to renovate the land in China in the past, and because of it was greatly respected. At different times in history, the consumption of beef was forbidden by imperial period. The animals became to symbolize spring and, even more important, strength. It was associated with elements of the water. Liu Zhen's project is tribute to the Buddhist teaching of Zen, exactly China Chen, according to which the header trying to harness the ox is a metaphor of the heart and the animals of the character. They plight picture in the scenes represent the long process of concentration in the Buddhist practice, which leads to enlightenment and liberty. So, Liu Zhen's The Journey with Cow combines the simplicity of the form with deeply philosophical meaning. Both artists draw from the rich cultural heritage of China. Chen Qiulin used symbolic objects to illustrate contemporary problems, while Liu Zhen makes in her work direct references to classical philosophy, religion, and art. My short presentation does not exhaust the list of cultural references in their work, but it helps justify the thesis which says that to be able to read and interpret Chinese contemporary art properly and then to discuss it, it is not enough to know the Chinese language, history, and current reality of the People's Republic of China. To be able to do it, that is needed to have knowledge in the field of cultural heritage, both material and immaterial. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is the original painting which Liu Zhen was inspired by. And this is her. All the pictures I must thank the artist to allow me to use it. So thank you very much again.
Kira, you introduce yourself? Hi everyone, my name is Kira Simon Kennedy and I run a nonprofit called China Residencies. We started a couple years ago when I was living in China. A friend and I were working in a residency program at Red Gate Gallery, which is one of the oldest residency programs in China. Are all of you familiar with the concept of an artist residency? Well, basically, artist residencies give artists time and space to work on a new project. And they're a great way to travel and either focus just on your work or meet new people or discover new culture. And we realized when we were working at Redgate that there's a lot of other programs in China that people didn't know about. That usually people were just searching online and they were finding out about one or two things. But there were so many opportunities out there that people couldn't find information about in English or even in Chinese. And that the programs also didn't know each other. And then we were fielding requests from friends saying, we want to come to China, how do I get a visa, how do I find funding? And we realized that we should just make all this information we were gathering public. And so I apologize that I'm not an academic, I don't have a paper that I'm presenting, but we have a website. So our mission is to create this directory of opportunities and to find out exactly what exists out there. And to help people figure out what program would be good for them, and also to help the programs figure out what their mission should be and how they can be a bit more sustainable. And so we started at first with making a map, figuring where things are. So this is a preliminary one from last year, and it is filled with mistakes. A lot of you probably know this from researching China, but things have changed so quickly. Museums and arts programs open and they close faster than we can document them. And so this is another one that we have the GPS coordinates on. But we right now have about 125 different programs that may or may not exist right now in China that host Chinese and international artists from different programs. And so we gather this information through a whole bunch of different ways. We sort of hear of things. Now that it's been about 3 years, people recommend things. They send us a note. We have Google alerts for the words like Artist Residency China. We search on Kickstarter. We sort of just comb the internet and try to find out what's out there. And so this is what our private document looks like. It's 11 pages long. Lots of things are crossed out. Lots of things are question marks. It's really hard to tell. Sometimes we find out about something, we go visit, and then it's gone as soon as we get there. Some programs, like the one that Dylan John was presenting, Cronus, and the one that Claudio was at, Swatch, are very well documented. They have websites, they post their open calls, people know they exist. But a lot of the other ones, it's a bit harder to figure out what's going on there. So the way we bring something from our sort of private list of possibly existing things is we check if someone there will answer an email or a phone call, or is there a person on staff who can tell us what's going on. If they got just had one artist go through the program and not have a terrible experience, and if we can find images, that's sort of our very baseline criteria. And so from there, we publish them on our website. You can read about all of them, and that way we don't try to evaluate what's a good or what's a bad program. We just say, this is what it is. And then through the interviews with the staff and the artists, people can get a sense of what kind of projects they posted and whether or not it would be a good fit for them. So right now we have about 33 programs on the website. So yeah, between that 125 and the 33, there's a ton of flux and a lot of different variations. There's a huge amount of diversity in terms of programs. There's everything from a tiny artist studio that's started by an artist who just invites guests once in a while. Claudia, maybe you could tell us a bit more about Swatch, which is an entire 3 stories of a 5-star hotel dedicated to artists. They have 18 artists at a time. I started to compile recently how we figure out what to list, and a lot of it is really showing up in person, because using just online methods doesn't really help you figure out what's going on. So we go as much as possible about 3 or 4 times a year and try to get to as many places as possible and just verify that there are no accidents going on. And so, for example, there's a museum that just opened up a couple of years ago on the outskirts of Beijing called the Inside Out Art Museum. Beautiful architecture, brand new buildings, kind of in the middle of nowhere, not near any subway, not really near any arts district either, not attached to any university. And so we heard about this and we thought, okay, this is interesting, let's go see what's going on. And so we talked to the staff there, we talked to the artistic director, we talked to the artists that were there at the time, and this was a Belgian artist who was there. And we tried to figure out why they started the program and how it was funded and how it works. And through these interviews, we pieced out, for example, in this one, that a real estate developer who had a lot of funds wanted to jumpstart a new arts district, and so created this compound that has a theater, has a new theater, a performing arts stage, a library, some architecture firms, enormous arts buildings, big exhibitions. And their mission is to support all kinds of contemporary art, and so that involved having an international residency program. In the 3 years that we've been working with them, they've had 5 different people come in and out to be the director. Things are changing really all the time, and the first director that they had there for the residency program left to go work in Guangzhou. The next young woman got a fellowship to go study arts administration in Berlin. So it's really constant, playing tag and saying, what's going on now? Who are you posting? What artists are there? And then this is another case of one that's about to start a residency soon that is also attached to a private museum. A very young woman who's studying in London thinks that she should go start a program to host international artists. And so it's really, people are just getting to the beginning of this. What would it look like to have artists come and go? Along with, I think this is an old version of my slides, but I had another one with a lot of different images. There's residencies on farms, there's residencies in hotels, there's residencies on a cargo ship that goes from Vancouver to Shanghai. So where the artists are on a boat, and there's everything in between. So much of our work is really just about figuring out what's going on. And I think this is probably much shorter, but maybe we can take some questions. Anyone wants to know more about it? Oh, sure, yeah.
Right. Thank you very much, Kira. And there'll be time for questions in a little while. Now, I would like to introduce you to Shen Shen's work that she produced during her fellowship here in Birmingham, that we've been talking about already today. And so we're going to see Shoulders of Giants, which is in collaboration with Wu, Professor Wu, actually, who is our professor. She's chair in philosophy and fine arts at Birmingham School of Art and Design and is director of the PhD Postdoctoral Centre for Fine Art Research, CFAR, at the university here. So this piece of work should be considered in relation to practice-led research and methodology. It's not necessarily dealing with some of the issues we've been talking about today in relation to China, so it's a much broader way of thinking about things. But hello, Professor. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Great.
Thank you.
I just wanted to first of all thank Shen and Dr. Zhang, Professor Zhang, and also the Kronos Art Center and BCU for this really exciting opportunity to address all of you. What I wanted to talk about today was practice-led research, except I wanted to have it in a much more sexy title. Not that that's not sexy, but something slightly better. Because I wanted one to think about encounters. And I wanted one to think about encounters as a feature of art. Now, in thinking about encounters, I call this a form, for better or for worse, of athleticism. And so I developed a little talk about this, looking at old-fashioned methodologies of basically us versus them, and then new-fashioned methodologies around flows and encounters. And this moves us from sort of a Machiavellian take to Deleuze-Guattari to Heidegger, and then back home here. So I wanted to hopefully address this to you all with love. In the everyday politics of mass relocations, which we have talked about here, and mass urbanizations, and mass forms of progress, and mass starvations, and even mass sexual assaults, mass murders, and so on, these can produce violently dystopic hells. And they can unite in their mass cruelty to create one thing rather effectively. They can produce a blanket form of nomadism, a deterritorialization so profound as to force the nation state, its armies, its legislatures, its people, that is to say, the people, into a wild, albeit ineffective, nonsense game of three halves. On the one hand, us versus them. On the other hand, don't come here. On the third hand, a collective outpouring of despair, fear, exhaustion, anger, nausea, label it as one may, all in the name of this dying emperor called humanity. Dotted along the three halves exist unnamed medics, journalists, artists, philosophers, scientists, technicians, economists, housewives, poets, punks, little girls, little boys, ballerinas, the diseased, the middle class, the poor, the once well-heeled, the queer, all walking, swimming, drowning, crying, reaching out, getting shot, moving on, being moved on, handing out blankets, not giving up, throwing the towel, or trying to make art, as Adorno might say, even after Auschwitz, or in fact, especially after Auschwitz. Recorded warfare savagery and its consequences around quest and conquest of progress, dating from at least the 12th century BC, suggests an age-old question. Was it not ever thus? The short, easy answer seems resounding yes, but the longer, more accurate one, around which this comment today I'd like to make cautiously unfolds, is no, not exactly. Three considerations will enter the fray. First, a remark on the most fundamental law of politics, that is to say that there are always leaders versus led, and more precisely how Deleuze and Deleuze and Guattari's approach to that fundamental division enables to give us a concept of difference that not only foregrounds sensuousness, human agency, but does so by radically raising the bar, indeed by removing it altogether. Theirs is a rethinking of the encounter itself, not to mention this pockmarked conceptual entity called humanity, even artist, as something much closer to bodies without organs, planes of immanence, one might even say quantum entanglements, intensities, and nomadically coded transformations, quite unlike the violent nomadism of the displaced and hunted people. Second consideration, a remark on political activism, and more precisely activism in the age of what I have called elsewhere akimbo corporatism, with its awkward and bendy proliferation, sideways promises, and slyly sanctioned warfare strategies, including drone strikes, data mining, austerity, terror, and so on. In so remarking, Deleuze's concept of athleticism that we're going to borrow and hopefully use as a trigger point for understanding practice-led research enables a kind of fluid, raw, embodied logic, or logics of sense, a multiple singularity, as it is said, which will be drawn, hopefully, to the fore. As a living concept in the strongest, most corruptible and terminal meaning of the word body, this athleticism will open a tactical, strategic path that not only enables the becoming human of a people, not yet invented, but so doing offers a powerful antidote to the ever-aggressive homogenizing triumphs of what best can be called as populist will, nationalism, national identities, be it corporate, military, religious, secular, or artist. Against this behemoth of unrelenting massification with its seemingly paradoxical, handmaiden, violent inequality, I am proposing here today a kind of athleticism nourished out of a certain kind of sensuous, sexual fabulation, a minor kind of literary, political creation, one without completion or totalizing mastery, but nevertheless able to invent, in this case, art. In his Literature and Life, Deleuze puts it like this: it is the task of the fabulating function, to invent a people, a bastard people, always becoming, always complete. That task requires a certain kind of movement and a certain kind of courage. It is an athleticism at once driven by the fire of telling the truth, of parrhesia, a certain kind of truth-telling, though stoked, though perhaps not unsurprisingly, by the move away from any form of a collective will or an individual ego, I. It is an athleticism, as I want to draw out, that is both utterly alive and completely impersonal. One might say, along with Deleuze and Guattari, a minor form, in this case, of the political and the ethical and the aesthetic, alongside a minor form of literature and art in the most engaging terms imaginable. It poses a family resemblance to the Leibnizian compossible, updated to become nothing less than an essential requirement for the building of liberty and freedom of expression, indeed, an essential requirement to the very folds of life itself. This athleticism is, to misquote Clausewitz, a minor form of warfare by other means. 1. First law of politics. Whilst imprisoned under Mussolini's fascist regime, Antonio Gramsci famously secreted to the outside world thousands of paper fragments upon which were written extensive analyses of the role played by culture, religion, theater, political philosophy, the state, and the economy, detailing the rise and rise and rise and rise of fascism within Europe. Drawing from Machiavelli's The Prince, a work dedicated to the Medici family who had recently come to power, and as such were considered by Machiavelli not yet in the know, an incarcerated Gramsci addressed his remarks to the modern version of The Prince, that is to say, to a disparate, not in the know rising group, those who included what he called organic intellectuals, a new political class of activists, curios, artists, oddbods, unfamiliar with the minutiae of power, strategy, tactics, and transformation, but nevertheless, we're in a position to make an impact, to effect massive change, and indeed, and despite all odds, to lead. And what was it that both newly emerging groups 400 years apart needed to know? For Gramsci, as for Machiavelli, as for us today, it was the first law of politics. That is, that there are always leaders and led. And armed with that knowledge, you must learn to act accordingly. The key to this mantra lay in the multiple understandings of how the seemingly eternal binary divide of leaders and led came to be considered always already so divided, and given the always already in that division, what was meant by the clause, you must learn to act accordingly. In order to understand how Deleuze, and as a team Deleuze and Guattari, and as we're developed today, try to answer those questions, and in so doing, we're going to tear up the rule book almost in its entirety, we have to turn to a very brief, sorry about this, but a very brief history of the deep cut in modern political philosophy. Little did you know coming into the room this would happen. For despite the often radically distinct epistemological and practical assumptions emanating from 19th, 20th, and early 21st century political philosophical debates, questions around the cohesion of the social whole, read society, nation-state, class, community, or some combination thereof, foregrounding the importance of human agency, did so while simultaneously relying on a system or method that required this famous thing called a deep cut. That is, some kind of horizon or limit or lack or abyss that could delineate an X from its big other. Those deep divisions, those deep cut divisions took on various forms, be it thesis versus antithesis, subject versus object, British versus Chinese, logic versus sense, and so on, around which their synthetic unity suggested the totality of the cultural field. One could say, without overstating the case too much, that the primary analytic tool, dialectics, whether speculative, transcendentalist, realist, materialist, negative, or that which has yet to be invented, ruled supreme. It ruled supreme and still rules supreme, in part because dialectical analysis does something that earlier analyses could not do. It tends to enable one to think that there is a universal truth claim, a homogeneous truth claim, as both objectively the case, while simultaneously incorporating at its core ontological assumption the ever-important Enlightenment concept of change, movement, and in particular, a change or a movement spearheaded through human intelligence, reason, and sensuous activity. In so doing, dialectics, especially the dialectics of historical materialism, offers up a way to ground thought without losing the practical ethical agency of human intervention in all its collective and individual dirty incarnations. The difficulty remains that this ground can only be established logically via a certain kind of contradiction, a certain kind of point-for-point ratio, which could never exceed its flip side. It could never transform into the everyday real, other than through negation, or leaving a remainder, or an excess, or a lack, or producing or maintaining some form of frontier horizon. At best, this deep-cut contradiction presented a rather stunted, overthought picture of the real politic. It created an overthought way of dealing with one's everyday realities, from the molecular to the molar, where the difference was thought within the concept. Where difference is thought within the concept, but as yet not able to understand difference itself. At worst, it created a rationalized, sanitized rationality, a flat-footed zero-sum decision-making pattern, incapable of going beyond a propositional mode. To put this slightly differently, the deep-cut binarism simply could not account for uncommon sensuousnesses, the impossible to define strange, the smog of becoming, the smog of the dirt and the grime of becoming an X of those not in the know. Quote, "These are not exactly new problems," sighs Deleuze in his second edition of Difference and Repetition, since the history of philosophy, and especially contemporary philosophy, deals with them constantly. But perhaps the majority of philosophers who have subordinated difference to identity, or to the same, or to the similar, or to the opposed, or to the analogous, if they had introduced difference into the identity of the concept, they had put difference in the concept, but they had not yet come up with a concept of difference. This is the classic image of thought, and this is precisely the image and the reality that we're trying to get away from. Also away with, probably. Dismissing this analytic and cognitive frame as what they call arboreal philosophy, whereby method requires a ground in the same way as a tree requires earth to make its identity stand firm. Deleuze and Guattari shift away from the ground itself, rethinking it via a non-arboreal multiplicity, as they put it, a vegetable logic of sense, a surface logic, a sporing, rhizomatic logic, with no roots to plumb the ground as such. Indeed, no ground at all. Instead, they posit a sporing logic energized and made real, not by the annihilating deep cut of dialectical contradiction, frontiersmanship, horizons or logos of the limit or lack, but by the much more attractive stickiness of the encounter, in the fullest, mutually lustful, carnal, smelly sense of the term. 2. Breaking Bad, the importance of belonging and the importance of longing to be left alone. The importance of belonging and the importance of being left alone. Quietly borrowing, or perhaps not so quietly borrowing, from Hegel's development of ontological difference, we find that people, philosophers and artists like Deleuze and Guattari, start to present a notion of encounter that relies on the famous approach where identity is understood as a link, as a connection, as a bridge, as a link between this entity called human and this entity called being. And what they argue, what Heidegger argues, he says maybe instead of thinking it so that there's this, on the one hand, being, and on the other hand, man, maybe one has to think it together, and that one can only think this together, and that this togetherness is called a framework in which we dwell. Quote, how would it be, says Heidegger, if instead of tenaciously representing merely a coordination of the two, whatever those two are, in order to get away from merely a coordination of the two, in order to produce a unity, we were for once to note whether and how a belonging to each other is first of all at stake. Man is obviously a being. Man is essentially this relationship of responding to being, and he is only this. A belonging to being prevails within man, a belonging which listens to being because it is appropriated to being. And being? Let's think of being according to its original meaning as presence. Being is present to man neither incidentally nor on rare occasions, for it is man open to being who alone lets being arrive as presence. We do not as yet enter the domain of belonging together if you see it as an intertwining. You have to understand it as an encounter, unquote. Certainly, if one stays the course using this Heideggerian logic, which I'm not suggesting for a minute, we will enter a little bit of a trap, which was called an ontotheological trap. We won't get into that, it's a little bit more confusing. But you could also get into a form of knowledge and action that would be counterproductive to what we're trying to do here. Of course, we're not willing, or Deleuze certainly was not willing to accept this. My work is certainly not willing to accept this. So in putting forward this idea of leaping away from this original form of belonging, this original form of event, Deleuze instead shifts the logic into what he calls its minor key, that is, into a logic of sense, rather than an ontotheologic logic of rational man stroke being. This logic of sense is at fundamental levels not a logic at all. If by logic one means a privileging of analytic, rational, and or without its reciprocated belonging to being, it is closer to an a-logic or an analogic. That is, a restaging of an embodied rationality as thinking that dwells to a notion of sense, a not quite corporeal, raw sensibility that through its encounter produces a thinking that moves, is alive, and contained, dramatic in the best sense. To put this slightly differently, it is a form of encounter activated precisely only through patterns, repetitions, series, flights, which via those patterns, repetitions, series, and flights encounter the whatever, and in so encountering, as Deleuze puts it, forces us to think, without recourse to an us versus them. Quote, for we may not even say that sense exists in either things or in the mind. It has neither physical nor mental existence. That is why we have said, in fact, we can only infer it indirectly on the basis of the circle where the ordinary conventions of the proposition lead us. With this move to an emphasis on sense, Deleuze privileges instead an analogical rather than hierarchical move, the being of the sensible. That is, the given of the given within any encounter that moves one to think. In this way, recognition, in the fullest sense of the term, to recognize a then and recognize anew, find a different familiarity, is not counterposed to sense, sensibility, or sensuousness, nor is it considered dominant over or subsumable to a logical sense. In the most non-mastery terms available, it means instead that encounter, when it works, when that is to say it makes one think, when it makes us informed, information age, informed, invent meanings that stick, can only be grasped, imbibed, heard via the being incompossible singularities of the sensible, of the sensuous sensible. To try to grasp an encounter rationally, to try to recognize this encounter as such, would only distort, sterilize, or destroy the very moment of its reciprocality, event of appropriation. It would invite, as Deleuze so carefully argues in Difference and Repetition later in Anti-Oedipus, too strong a bearing down on the encounter. He puts it like this: something in the world forces us to think. That something is an object not of recognition, but of a fundamental encounter. What is encountered may be Socrates, a temple, the Kronos gallery. It may be grasped at the range of affective tones, wonder, love, suffering. In whichever tone, its primary characteristic is that it can be sensed. In this sense, it is opposed to recognition. In recognition, the sensible is not at all that which can be sensed, but can only bear down directly on the senses as object, which can be recalled, imagined, or conceived. The object of encounter, on the other hand, really gives rise to the sensible with regard to a given sensuality. It is not an external object of perception, but the being of the sensible itself. In shifting to the given of the given as the being of the sensible, Deleuzian encounters replaces his Heideggerian call, his call to being, with something more active, invented, non-essentials, down to earth, sweaty, raw. It is, in a word, a form of what he calls athleticism, the animated sensual sense of a logic that's alive and impersonal that makes an encounter work. One could say that this athleticism, as an active constituting of an analogic of sense, expresses and is expressed by an always already historically contingent multiple singularity, that is, the ever-present encountering is. As such, it facilitates a radical displacement of ground. In this manner, too, one could also say that athleticism foregrounds a kind of habeas corpus. There shall be the body, without organs, and as it so happens, without the baggage of 2,000 years in Western metaphysics. One could also say that this move enables a rethink of the very conditions, the reciprocating conditions, that make a human and a humanity be and belong without reinstating an ontic, that is to say, a ground, in whatever form or heterotopic groundless grounds or narrow horizons or splits. This reciprocating, oddly embodied, fractally sliced, impersonal minor move, this athleticism, born out of a logic of sense, is precisely a move that enables the conditions upon which artists can become and do become human. A people they grasp their humanity and they get away from classic, hard definitions of identity. One might suggest, without sounding overly optimistic or falling into the dreaded humanist trap, that this analytic, this minor logic of sense, offers a small but undeniably upbeat poetic to this being called human, warts and all. It is a focus that enables a profound rethinking of the first law of politics, the always already leaders-led deep-cut conundrum, without in so doing losing sight of what is at stake: curiosity, imagination, hunger, risk, hurt, friendship, wonderment, love. That is, the very being of the sensible and all its differently embodied singularities and fractal entanglements, without organs and without the ego I. A sticky, radically and eternally present contingency to syntheticism, which comes to the fore, erupts, and in that becoming eruption, in that fabulation, takes flight. 3 and final. Coding the Political, 2015. What could this methodology have to do with media arts, with coding, with computers, with the information age? One could be forgiven for thinking that even after all the conceptual gymnastics thus far delineated, we still seem to find ourselves in an apparently endless return of leaders versus led, us versus them, or some other deadly variety of the binary. With wounds so deep and brutal, it is but a wonder the world has not amputated itself into 100,000 different plateaus, each one with a more puerile twist than the other, the ultimate stomach-wrenching depravity toward which the sorry state of affairs seems hell-bent on racing to the bottom to win. This picture is not pretty, and it does not inspire confidence. So the question must be put. Even if Deleuze and Guattari are right, even if the age to which we are apart has so radically transformed as to make the logic of its presence no longer resembling, if ever it did, a closed field or even a quasi-transcendentalist one, even if it is better understood through a vegetable philosophy, even after one catches a glimpse of the importance of the oddly embodied sense as an athleticism to the essential condition of being human and of being an artist, even after all that and more, the toxic question must be asked again and again. How does a people, any people, survive and do more than just simply survive the ever-proliferating Holocaust, gangland skirmishes, global hedge fund mismanagement, military-industrial nuclear destruction agendas, refugee camps, homophobia, racism, radical fundamentalist religious groups, ecological brutalities, honor killings, the National Rifle Association? We could go on. Not to mention everyday sexism and the common garden variety of hatreds and assaults that happen for no particular reason whatsoever. So we need one last piece of the puzzle. One last piece of the puzzle in terms of the vicissitudes of coding and its relationship to athleticism. Turning to Liz and Guattari one last time, in an article they wrote, actually it's a chapter called Savages, Barbarians, Civilized Men, 1972, they set up the following claims. First, the contemporary world they observe is not, as is usually assumed, constituted by economies of value, at least not in the first instance. Instead, they suggest that the socio-ethical political present is constituted by codes, be they nomadic, algorithmic, drifting, or set. Second, these codes are not to be understood as secrets. They are rather the raw sewage of political inscription, and as such they trump the modernist and earlier arguments around state, society, and culture as being foremost an expression of circulation and exchange. They put it like this, quote, flows of women and children, flows of herds and of seed, sperm flows, flows of shit, menstrual flows, nothing escapes coding. We see no reason, in fact, for accepting the postulate that underlies exchange's notions of society. Society is not, first of all, a milieu for exchange, where the essential would be to circulate or to cause to circulate, but rather a socius of inscription, where the essential thing is to mark and be marked. There is circulation only if inscription requires or permits it. To put this differently, so it's not misunderstood, by rethinking the present as an expression of coding, emphasis moves away from the arithmetic zero-sum, either-or totalizing field to an analogic approach around the how of flow. Now reconstituted as mobile, now reconstituted as nomadic. One could even add clan as well as locative media to the list. It includes also the what of flow, segmentarities, intensities, nodal points, planes of imminence, encounters, logarithmic zeros and ones, and so on. Instead of doing an A-radical, rootless enframing of a people, of an art practice, comes into play. Associates of inscription, as they put it, the collective infilming, the collective and creative ability to mark and be marked. But in the 21st century age of digital transformation and information technology, this coming into play of a collective relationship to the that of marking, and especially of the that which makes a mark stick, mutate, transform, dissolve, take up arms, take flight, make sense, make an art. Within the flow, as flow, is itself manifested as simply, as simultaneously discontinuous, wildly heterogeneous, analogic surfaces, paradoxically multidimensional, singular and fractured all in one go. One could say that this is a terribly flawed game of infinitely exponential and global proportions, as it can and is played by anyone or any group or anything. Sperm, menstruation, and shit, as mentioned above, but also corporate expansion, drones, ISIS, to give but a few headline examples. Nothing escapes infinite proliferation code. But if the game, within the game, is to mark and be marked, then for some of the players this will literally mean the creating of divisions that of course include indeed privilege of leaders versus led by narrow divides and conquer law. On the other hand, as this is also a world where playing the field is itself immensely slippery, arch, multiple, and corrupt, in the fullest sense of those terms, this play can no longer be heralded as the first law of politics, or even the last. It is rather mid-game, posed as endgame, and the more brutal it becomes, the more inevitable seems its logic, which is not to say that nothing can be done. Indeed, to say precisely the reverse. For movement and change is ingrained in the flow. It is not a decision. It is not an opinion. It is not even a fact. It is born from the realization that the present is not only inhabitable, but able to become, whatever. If there is to be a first law of politics for the 21st century, steeped as we are in digital information age coding, then let it be precisely the encounter and this arch athleticism that invokes the being of the sensible to think. Thank you.
Thank you. Magdalena, would you like to, and Kira? Professor Wu, do you want to come down or stay?
I've been instructed to stay up here.
Okay.
And then so big owl.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very so there's so much. We'll sit in the back. Such a rich and varied group of presentations there. What I've just done here is kind of just picked out some words really, that seem to resonate. And I think the term encounter. It's just I think in all of these presentations in terms of intercultural encounters as well as embodied with the residencies and it's physically going somewhere, but also I think when we're talking about codes and symbolism, it just there was so many things there. So really, I just wanted maybe if you can start a conversation, or if anyone's got any questions they would like to ask. Really, or we have Professor Wu and Kira and Magdalena here. Is anybody? Well, Johnny, would you like to? Johnny, sorry, Wu. Professor Wu, would you like?
It might be worthwhile for the inventor of Wu to explain how this.
Yes, that's what I would. Do you want to say that? What would you like me to say? I think would everybody like a little bit more information? Because I think again it's that coding, the symbolism. Just thinking about yours, obviously Wu is an embodiment of some kind, digital, and I'd like you to say a little bit more about the work itself, if you could.
Well, there were a few these animation characters that were created based on the script that was written about 2,000 years ago, but nobody knows who wrote it or what for, and it's called Shanghai Jing, Classics of Mountains and the Sea. Well, it has been used widely in the world by, for example, Russian astrologers who started to make money on Amazon, saying that Shanghai Jing contained these kind of archetypes of human beings, and they can tell you all about the Russian politicians like Putin. So they claim that they did too much of that, and now they have to migrate to the US to seek asylum. So basically, Shanghai Jing has become this manifestation of materialized ancient archaeological record that can be interpreted and used to profit for the researchers or for people who are looking for opportunities. So it becomes quite plain, but it's so familiar to Chinese families, children, like in Lu Xun's literature. He basically wrote about Shanghai Jing and stuff. So it's, in a way, it's trying to instrumentalize this idea that has been sitting there for thousands of years, and to try to use it to create senses, like what Professor Wu was talking about, the sensibility of animation, and to instrumentalize it with technology and philosophy, and trying to examine this idea of the materialization of the process of thinking, and try to navigate this field that is outside of capital, that's not constrained to a water vapor, like what Astrid Leslie said in her last seminar. So basically using animation sensibility and inviting intellectuals to talk about and speak about these ideas, and to open up space in terms of how we can navigate these waters outside of capital and create something that's faster than that. That's the intention.
So just to kind of follow up on that, I really appreciate people who, particularly who are not used to hearing philosophy. It's like listening to legal court cases or something. It's like legalese or something. So I hope you didn't get too frustrated with it. But there's often something that underlies the way in which one approaches art, approaches artists, the way in which we curate, the way in which we shake hands with different cultures and environments and so on. And often that is seen as standing across a divide. And what is wonderful and interesting, and also problematic about the information age, is that if it does anything at all, it creates an environment around flow. And that has its own set of issues. But it also has its own set of proliferations that make things happen in very peculiar ways. And this was a plea on one level to, I almost hate to say this, to open our eyes, I'm saying I have four, to open all of our eyes, to the ways in which coding happens because it just is. It's sitting there, so you can let it speak to you before you decide to make decisions about it. And I think that it's important. That's why I think I'm happy that I was on a panel that also included the residencies. These residencies are so vital because they enable people, they enable not just an exchange, but they enable people just to sit and be, and therefore begin to hear what the culture is saying, as opposed to trying to force it into a certain box. And it also allows one, as a result, then to invent in ways that we haven't even thought of yet. So, that's one of the reasons I wanted to frame it in this way. I think it does require a certain kind of energy, a certain kind of what I'm calling athleticism, which I don't mean, working out at the Olympics as such. I mean a certain kind of way in which one treats the body as part and parcel of this whole process, not to leave it aside. You have to have that energy, that foresight, to put your hand out and shake hands, or to greet each other in some way. whatever that encounter is. It doesn't have to be obviously the handshake.
Thank you. I think Kira would like to say something about this, because you've obviously interviewed a lot of artists.
What we always talk about, which is maybe our version of the athleticism, is being really flexible and adaptable. Because going to a new culture and having any kind of expectation doesn't really make any sense, especially with a place like China, which unfortunately is still considered this sort of Far Eastern magical stereotype place. And we always tell artists before they go, just don't think about it, just figure it out when you get there. And go with an open mind, be ready to not have things work the way you're used to them working. And especially when we see those artists who haven't traveled much, they're sort of looking for something specifically. And we always try to, tell them to work their minds and maybe sort of go with it things like, and then they'll get so much more out of it.
Similar experience, because when I went firstly to China, I didn't know anything. I know that it was very cool and forbidden city, but I didn't know really about Chinese culture. And in Polish, what we say is Chinese cuisine is exactly Vietnam one. So I really even don't know what they eat in China. But I think there is a great experience to be open what happened then. And that's why you can understand a lot of this country, and then if you're enough curious, you can learn a lot.
Is there any questions from the floor to any of the speakers? Yes.
Hi, I have a question to Madalena. I'm not quite familiar with Chen Qiulin's art, but she was born in Wanzhou district, which you mentioned is Wanxian, no longer exists. Now it is only a Wanzhou district of Chongqing municipal, right? And she was born there. And I mean, as a Chinese, her art or photographs is more like a presentation of the mental or physical influence of the Three Gorges project, and millions of people forced to move to another district because of this project. And my question is, I mean, for Chinese, I cannot see any cultural part of her art, culture thing in her art.
References you don't see?
No, I couldn't see any cultural factors of her art. Can you explain that to me?
It was so easy to see this reference, for example, to Sichuan opera by costume she was wearing during the performance. She really well knows this opera because she spent a lot of time with actors and during the performance and so on. So she learned also how to move, how to act, and she wear this costume and go and walking and make special poses and gesture from this farewell like concubine opera. So there's the easy one, but also I find this because she mixed together I think the Chinese symbols with Western symbol together. And for example, the white dresses is white Western dresses was like the purity, but also we can interpret like the marriage, because usually in the West we think that the white is the marriage in the Chinese, yes, because it is not understanding, and also because this long sleeves was usually she take it from opera as well, but also from the ceramic figuring from Han Dynasty, And the next one. Sorry. Okay. So this figurine was founded in the tomb, and there was the dancer and the performer who was should accompany the imperator or someone who was died to the afterlife. So she was like this figurine. She was showed her feelings about what happened. So it's like he was the figure of marriage for me. I see that's why. Maybe that's my point of view on this presentation. That sometimes to really understand it, this work, you must really look deeply to your culture, the culture, material culture, about art history, not only the popular and situation, political situation, social situation, because it mixed together this, I think, ancient art with today's problems.
Yeah. Answering what you were saying, I think that this is not an isolated project. There is Liu Zheng, when he made the series about the opera, the pictures which were really critic about the scenes about the opera tradition and so on. And I see this work just as she at least analyzed the figure of the artist. I think that she really was right about what she said. And I don't think that sometimes I cannot recognize things that other creators say about our own contemporary art or some of our artists. In the end, I think that this is interpretation. She just said at the beginning that her support was on one side Judy Butler, and she said it before, and Julia Cristela afterwards. And I think that she made it clear that that was her own analysis and interpretation of these scenes. But for me, is that is not an isolated matter at all.
Thank you.
Hi. This isn't a question for anyone in particular, but just really an observation about the content of this panel. There just seem to be a lot of these dichotomies, such as the speed of change versus the need to document, the physical versus the online experience, and approaching kind of intercultural research with cultural knowledge or with a completely open mind. And I just wondered sort of whether and how we need to embrace these dichotomies as part of our transcultural research methodologies.
I have to say, read as much as possible. It's all out there. I don't think anyone should. I mean, what I was saying about going with open mind doesn't mean going knowing nothing. They're very different. It's more that if you only have certain sources, which are the media, or if you only read about art in art publications, you won't really get a sense of what's going on in a country as diverse as China or in the UK. And most people's exposure to other countries are mediated. Wu was saying earlier through film, or through that and it's hard to be aware of the limitations of your knowledge until you experience something. And so we always recommend that scholars going to China should spend more time just talking to people who aren't within their scope of research, and it'll also inform the research in a way that they couldn't imagine. So to me, it's not really a contradiction. It's more just about not thinking you actually know what's going on until you've really experienced things, or until you've seen a wide variety of things.
No, I mean, I think that's what we set out at the beginning. We were talking about it's like going beyond those dichotomies, isn't it? It's kind of trying to embrace those things, but acknowledging those, because we're all talking from a particular position. And I think that's when I was talking about transdisciplinary, again, that is acknowledging that you have an agency, and I think this is something that Professor Wood was talking about as well, that embodiedness within the encounter, that physicality, that tacit knowledge as well, as the intellectual knowledge that we bring. And I think that's really interesting. And I think that's what's great about this global audience. And, people here, we've got people from very different experiences and knowledges. And I think that's where, for me, that's what's exciting about this, really, is how we can kind of use those. And that creates this melting pot, this fluidity that we're talking about. And what might become of it, we don't really know. But that's what's exciting about it, really.
Shall I jump in as well?
Yes, please.
Thanks. It's also to circle back to the first person's question around the political aspect of, well, this is very interesting work, but it seems like a whole group of people moved off. And what I heard in that question was, is that ethical? Does it, what's the price of art? This is one of these, real practical questions, which of course happened in this country as well. I mean, Rachel Whiteread bought a dilapidated house in a very poor community, filled it with concrete, and then blew up the house. And the community was very upset about this because a family had to be moved out, they needed the housing and so on and so forth. So these are not decisions, it's not like everything goes or anything goes. It's not decisions that are taken lightly or ignored. It's rather to say that in the coding, in understanding that the world that we're in is a world that doesn't have not only all the answers, but almost any of the answers, doesn't mean that there are no positions that come forward, including what counts as like interesting art, or good art even. And those things, we are in a very dynamic position now to start thinking through, start actually inventing anew. Not that I think everything has to always be invented anew, but I do think that the flow is such that the speed of things, the negative of it, should not be ignored, but the positive of it should also not be ignored. And that's what I was trying to put on the table here, that this is not a humanism as such. This is saying we're in a very different world, and that world requires different tools to access it and to play with it and to make it better. And so that's kind of what was at stake here with taking an encounter seriously, as opposed to just taking, as Oscar Wilde might say, taking frivolity seriously. Take it as full as you can, because it'll speak to you.
I have a question for Kira. I was very intrigued by what you do in China, and just on a personal level, I would like to give you credit for doing the field research, case study, verification, and all that, because as people who have experience living in China, that a lot of things change very constantly and rapidly. So I guess I was just curious to know if you have tried to, for instance, establish a partnership with bigger platforms such as Artless, acting as maybe the liaison in China, providing information that they themselves are not able to verify, but also how do you see yourself or your organization in the future? Kind of how do you identify your role? Do you see yourself potentially being in a position to offer advisory to those organizations, museums, to conduct their residency? Because over the years, you know both parties very well, and you can help them to avoid similar difficulties or problems that we occur before.
First of all, thank you. And then to the first part of your question, yes, we are on the board of ResRTs, and I'm actually going to Amsterdam next to talk with TransRTs, who are global platforms. And we collaborate with all these bigger platforms. I was just in Providence last week at a conference from the Alliance for Arts Communities, which is a directory of all the residencies in the US. And we're very much modeled off them in terms of our nonprofit structure, but also in the idea of eventually having a conference somewhere in China where all the residency directors can come together and learn from each other. Which brings the second part of the question is, yes, we definitely are starting to formalize, I guess, what we do, the consulting side of what we do, which is sort of helping people really work through these problems based on the experience we've had. We try not to impose, and I think China is figuring things out as they go along, but as our many cultural institutions all over the world. And so we really just want, we just make sure that we're available to help, and we end up helping with various things from photography and translation to mission statement and budgets and varying reviews or even just visa letters. We definitely would want to develop that a bit if people want to.
Any other questions?
I just want to ask a little bit more about Chen Xiaoling's work. I've seen the work many years ago, now I'm seeing it again. I have a question here actually, not just for you and for everyone here. For me, the work of her wearing the drama costume, it's deeply founded on our familiar knowledge with the drama, the historical story. If you don't know that, most of you don't know that story, well, to be honest, if I just look at the picture, I wouldn't know which figure it is. She just looks like a normal drama performer. So how do you read it? How does the artist expect people to read it? Obviously she's shown her work in the West as well. People have no idea of the story. So how does this go across the borders? And
I think there's a big work for curator and art historian to explain it.
She doesn't care.
She doesn't care. Okay.
No, she put a lot of statements on her website or gallery she presented. So it's not like that she don't talk about it. Yes, but I think that in all my background, for example, we have a few exhibition of Japanese and Chinese contemporary art exhibition in Poland, and every time there is a catalog, which one is better than the worse, but not everybody buying catalog. But for me, the worst thing is that any of this exhibition don't have any free explanation to the viewers what they can find to see the art. I think that it's important to sometimes explain some cultural codes to the viewers. Of course, you can see it by through eyes, poor eyes, and see only the artistic value. But sometimes to really interpret, to really understand it, we need some explanation. And in Polish exhibition, I always think that they should put it. But I don't know how it's, for example, here in Birmingham or London or anywhere. But I think that sometimes it will be necessary to put some explanation near the work.
Thank you. This is fascinating. When we talk about this traditional costume of Beijing opera, and it's in relation actually to Shen Xing's work of this animated talk. Because if you've got a very strong facial painting like the makeup, then you can't recognize necessarily who is the actor or actress. But this one is similar, but it's different because it's smileless. You can't entirely. Power is entirely hidden. And I'm hoping to ask Professor Wu and Shen Xing, first of all, why Professor Wu rather than Professor Spider, for example? But I quite like both of you to share with us a little bit more about this kind of hidden power, intellectual power. I feel that the traditional Chinese philosopher told the emperor once that great power must be hidden, must be invisible, and the power, and therefore can be capped for longer time. Is there any more that you both would like to share for that particular one?
Thank you very much for putting that. John, I chose this character out of a series of, I think, 4 or 5 choices, because I like the idea that it expressed some form of knowledge as an ally, kind of third. Although I think one of the great things is one has the myth of this particular
Professor Wu, you can't really hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Sorry. What I was going to say is that there were 5 characters that one could choose from, and I chose this one because I thought it kind of connected to the ideas that I wanted to talk about with owls and flight and flows, and the fact that even though this lovely beast has 4 eyes, the seeing is in the heart, the seeing is in some other section. And also I think with this particular character, if I'm not mistaken, Shen, you can correct me, I think that you don't get ringworm. Something like that. Yeah, this wonderful myth person prevents you from getting ringworm. Which, if you go around barefoot like I do a lot, that's kind of good. Anyway, that's just the practical side. So that's how the character got sort of chosen as a really interesting group of Standing on the Shoulder of Giants selection that Shen had put forward. Now, but it gets to the other really important question, not that this is important, but another side of it that's also important, around the question of secrets and codes, which is very, I'd say very brilliant on Professor Zhang's part to zero right in on this, because this is a very critical aspect of the work, which is to say that not everything, it's not just so much that not everything should be told, it's that not everything can be told. And to think that everything is transparently point for point literal is a fallacy of both art and science, actually, or anyway, it'll create forms of knowledge that are very rote. So the philosopher to the emperor was definitely giving good advice in a certain sense, and it's very much part of both all sorts of philosophic traditions, West, East, and so on. Because the idea that you have a secret, but the secret isn't that you're trying to hide it, the secret is that it's not tellable. And once you know that it's not tellable, then it's not that it prevents you from, or it makes you devious. It's rather that it allows one to really get into the encounter. Because the encounter itself is not really tellable. You just kind of know it, and that just sounds so idiotic. It sounds like, oh well, I just kind of feel it, and then but there's something that we need to understand in the rigorous methodology of being an artist that includes this unsayable something. And this unsayable something is called many things: codes, secrets, fiction. Adorno calls it negative dialectics, the negative. So many different words for it, but it's an unsayable something that in STEM, that's say science, technology, engineering, maths, methodologies, often that's not present. And one of the nice things about what CCVA is doing, and I can certainly see it in Kronos, it's obvious, brilliant type of work that they put together, but and CFAR, Center for Fine Art Research, so what's going on is a way of making sure that the secret, that the coding gets a place and makes a place take place, makes a shape happen. And this is primarily a different kind of methodology than STEM. It's in the States they call it STEAM, which is very sad. They put the A of art into STEM, to make STEAM. And that's not too far from the point that you have this steam that's happening, you have this energy that happens. That is what this character, this animation is trying to deal with. But I think that in Shen's work, which obviously you can talk about, I'm sure much better than I can, but in her work, just to couch it a little bit, there's often with animations in particular, but also in the early forms of computing and digital technologies and so on, really just terrible work, where people were programming. They weren't understanding how artificial intelligence works or how morphogenesis works, and this requires a certain kind of coding where the environment learns as opposed to answers yes, no, or maybe. And if you can learn, if you get, it's a very specific form of encountering. And the animators of today, which Shen is obviously part of the forefront of this, are working these kind of things out. This kind of way of bringing the sensuous to the environment, and to any kind of environment, any mobile. I'm not sure it's totally working, but it's working up to a fairly good level here.
I'll just quickly say that for me, this work is also like a continuous exploration of the disposition of guest and host in a way. I was the host of a seminar that happened in Senate House, and I'm the host here to Johnny, who is my guest, but the guest is never really a guest. The animation character is never really a guest. Yi Jiaxing, when he wanted to build Crystal Palace in South London, he was never really a guest to the UK economy. But it's disguised of many things that carried with this disposition of the guest. For example, the sensibility of gender stereotype, political incorrectness, correctness. And I'm used to navigate this kind of socio-political problematics, but I have began to see it as a failure to frame it in ways of repetitively using the same methodology such as objectification and never reach a point that is materialized. For example, if you talk about Eastern philosophy, Zhuangzi dreamed of butterfly, wondering if the butterfly dreamed of him. But in that way, the butterfly is materialized at one point of that thought. And that is what I think, where I agree with Professor Wu, is that there is supposed to be a point where thoughts can be materialized, but not in a way that it can be generated as capital. Like when Brown talked about the secret of capitalism, of human capital, and in ways using Deleuze and Marx to talk about neoliberalism, and which is really resonating with this idea that Joshua brought up about secrets of power and how it shifts and how can we materialize through our analysis and our encounters with sensibilities that could happen in art, in animation, and the thoughts. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to call that it for now, and Professor Wu will be joining us for coffee.
Not in this outfit.
Thank you ever so much, all of you, Kira, Professor Wu, and Chen Chen. And so we've got coffee now to warm. I'm really sorry, we've tried to sort this heating or lack of heating out. So I don't think we can resolve it, unfortunately, today. So if you would like to, there's some coffee and biscuits outside, and 15 minutes, and then we'll get on to the final panel. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
last session of the day. I don't know what you feel. I don't feel so tired because I think we've managed to keep every presentation very short, and then we can have more time to discuss later on. So I will make a start. I think we've got 15 minutes late now, but 15 minutes late for one day symposium is really nothing. I think we've done a really good job. So I would like to introduce you to Dr. Hong Kian from Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Kian, that's your time.
Hello everyone. Yeah, I try to keep my time, and then I hope the presentation will be finished by half 4.
Okay.
Maybe we're tired of so many words, so try to enjoy moving images first. Actually, this is one of my series of research projects. Is started in 1999 and then finished 3 years ago, 2012, and then last more than 3 years. Actually, it's done by my research lab in Hong Kong. And then this is the kinds of status for we all, and after we go to the main course. Okay, today's topic is about how the traditional Chinese concept of time and space can be applied through digital moving images. And then this is a video I just showing for you all, and then just like the really basic concept of my work, but I will explain more in detail later. Today, the presentation will be divided into 2 parts. First is about my research works, and then afterward I would like to introduce how to expand this research work together with the audience participation. Okay, the reason why I want to, or I attempt to start this research project is about, I believe the digital concept of time and space can be extended by the analysis of traditional Chinese philosophy, particularly is a Tao theory, how the philosophy of Tao to perceive the meaning of the universe from Chinese perspective. And then I would like to make use of the discipline of Chinese calligraphy, painting, and media art altogether to expand the philosophy of Tao to one more step. I think we just read it, yeah. And then, based on that concept, actually I produce a series of digital work. And then in this lecture, and then or in this conference, I would like to just only introduce once is Tao give birth to one. You may like to question why or what's the meaning of Tao give birth to one. Actually, this quote is from our really traditional Chinese philosophy book. It's a Tao Te Ching. And then in Tao Te Ching, they try actually this book tries to explain the meaning of universe. That means how the universe come from. And then Tao give birth to one is not translated by myself. Yeah, because actually in Chinese we are talking about Dou Shang Ya or Dao Sheng Yi. And then Sheng, actually there are so many translations from a lot of scholars in Europe. the scholar in Europe from Germany, from UK, from Switzerland, from Netherlands, and then they give so many interpretations to Sen. That means Sen in Chinese, some scholars they translate like give birth, some scholars translate like generate, create, produce. And I just feel fascinating because in Chinese we just talk about Sen. That means we actually create or we give birth or we do something for new. But there are so many interpretations from Western scholars, and then I'm just thinking maybe a right time for us to reinterpret the meaning of Sen, but through digital moving images rather than another English word. And then based on my research, the methodology is I would like to study 3 aspects. First of all is I will study the concept of Dao, and another issue is the second step is the function of scope, and the scope thinking. And then the most important thing is the final part is after the research, we discover actually the meaning of or the philosophy behind to create Chinese characters is including 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, or even 4-dimensional experience. But the issue is a long time ago, even 1,000 years ago, even though we have a 4-dimensional experience concept for Chinese characters, but the limitation of the platform, we just only can write whatever we want in the 2D plane surface, it's a rice paper. But right now, in the contemporary world, then we can use the white cyberspace, just like the projection space, digital space, to represent the rice paper. So maybe I think it might be the right time for us to reinterpret the meaning of 3D and 4D experience of Chinese characters. Okay, maybe I go to another video and then to explain well. Yeah. This is actually, as I mentioned before, it's a 3D project. And then during this video, actually, we are not only talking about Chinese characters and the meaning of Dao, and also we are trying to investigate the meaning of skull painting as a digital form in the future, and then also we also apply the concept of yellow box, and this is one of our research work, and this is part of the detailed work. Actually, in the cyberspace, you will see so many Chinese characters, and then once the characters touch our human body, any part of our human body, like our hair, our breast, our finger, our lip, or even our tongue, and then the number of Chinese characters will be expanded from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then 3 to 6, and then afterwards coming to 10,000. Okay, and then that is just only the sample. And then okay, go back to the concept of Dao. I would like to explain more in detail. First of all, it's about Dao De Jing. They say Dao gives birth to 1, and then 1 gives birth to 2, and 2 to 3, and afterward to 10,000, and then that's the why the universe created. And then our research team actually we check about the dictionary from Han Dynasty, and then we would like to check about the meaning of 1. Oh. Projector. Just Okay, maybe let me explain it. And then I think it's quite interesting because there's one really traditional Chinese dictionary in Han Dynasty. It starts over 1,000 years ago. And then maybe in the English dictionary, it's slightly different from our Chinese dictionary. Because when I went to the library and I opened that dictionary, actually from 1,000 years ago, when I opened it, the first page and then the first chapter and then the first word of our Chinese dictionary is one. I will show the characters. And then I try to find what's the meaning of one exactly in our Chinese thinking. Actually, when I still doing my research, I expect they will explain one maybe is after 0 or before 2. It will be really technical explanation. But luckily or surprisingly, the explanation about one from 1,000 years ago, they are talking about like that. The meaning of one is created, is trying to divide the universe into two parts, the upper part and then the bottom part. That's why one is just one single straight line like that. The meaning why the Chinese one is like that, because that line represents the division from the heaven and the earth. Then I find that is really interesting. So I imagine when the universe is created by one, and then actually number one is really lonely, and then he got nothing to do, or she got nothing to do, and then she's flying in the virtual space. As long as this one, as long as this one actually is this one. Yeah, this is the writing of number one. Divided the space into two parts. The upper part represents heaven, and then the bottom part that represents earth. And then afterward, I just imagine this one is lonely because he finished his job, and then he got nothing to do. And then he's flying in the virtual space, and then as long as the one touch our human body, and then the number of the one will be expanded from 1 to 2, and then to 3, and then to 4. And then I try to create a storyline to get at the concept of long score, because maybe some people might notice already. Long score actually is a really traditional storytelling method in China. Actually, this concept is transformed from India. It's talking about the time transition. So in the long score painting, maybe at the beginning you can see the winter time, and then at the end you can see the summer or springtime. Represent the life cycles keep changing. So I create a storyboard, it's like that. So the left hand side is the beginning, that means the one is really lonely as once he's created the world, and afterward, once he interacts with our human body, and then the number of the one will be expanded and then become the Chinese characters. Okay, then another concept is how to create a three-dimensional experience about time and space through Chinese characters. And then we have so many experimental work. First of all, and we try to create this kind of storyboard from the first brushstroke and then to the final brushstroke. Then, so when you see this animation, you can see how the characters is created through time experience. And then another method is we have the Chinese word already, but you can see the Chinese word is keep flipping and then moving in the virtual space. Then this represents the 4-dimensional, that means the 3D, that means the spatial experience. So this one represents the time transition of the Chinese characters, and then this word represents the 4-dimensional, that means the 360 view point of the Chinese word. And then all together, then we invite the audience come to the exhibition space and then try to experience the whole transition of the Chinese characters and then interact with the human body. This is some kind of example. And then this is the first part of our research work. And then the second part of our research work is actually we are not really happy just only showing the concept of down, 3D and 4D experience of Chinese characters, and then together with long score painting concept together with this research project. And then the most important thing is we would like to invite the audience to be one of the artists. That means their role is no longer passive role, and then they're even the active role to really engage with the artwork. So the next step is we try to organize a workshop, and then the workshop I run this workshop. The first time is 2 years ago in Manchester, and then I'd like to show you some information or some documentation about the experience in Manchester later on. Okay, this workshop is a new concept of it's a creative workshop that offers opportunities for the participant. They might be the student or the audience to explore the transformation of 2D visual experience to 4D virtual experience through animation and interactive work. And then actually the workshop will be has been divided into 4 stages. And then the first part is 20 minutes of presentation. That means some kind of introduction, talking about why the Chinese character, including 2, 3, and 4 dimensional experience, and we would like to invite the audience to read and then to know more about the philosophy of Chinese characters. Just take around 20 minutes. And then this is some kind of example. And then we will provide the white paper and then even provide the brush and aim to allow the audience to really try to, they are not really paint or they are not really just only write the one Chinese character, but they need to write a series of frames in order to produce an animation clips here. I will show you more detail in this. Okay, then after the introduction workshop, the stage 2 is, just I mentioned before, the audience, they need to really use our handmade flipping book to produce there's a series of image sequence, like animation. This is the scenes of the workshop. And then, actually to my surprise, because you might think, once you are talking about Chinese characters, like only for Chinese people only, but this is not true, because I've been running this workshop for more than 5 times, and then just only 1 time is for the elderly people in Hong Kong. Another 4 times is totally for the foreign, that means for the people overseas. And then, as long as you just let them know how to write the Chinese characters, and then to my surprise is the people, they just make it like animation automatically, no matter they know how to write the Chinese character or not before. And then, so I think this is a really interesting step. So they just treat this kind of Chinese character like a pictogram, rather than it's a word, and then they just make it like animation. But you can tell from these things. Okay, and then the third part is quite critical, is then once they write it, and then we will invite the audience to take a break for 2 or 3 weeks, because we need to digitize all their work in the computer. That is a more technical and then more complicated process. So, okay, this is the step they write, and afterward we need to digitize all their Chinese work one by one. And that the whole process takes around 2 weeks' time. Okay, so after digitize all their hard work, and then we invite the audience come back. Sometimes we will invite them 2 weeks come back to the venue, or sometimes we invite them 1 week after come back to the venue. And then the audience, actually, they will see their work on the spot. Before the conclusion, I'd like to show the video. Okay, actually the animation script is like that, and you might feel curious about how their work is working. So as I mentioned, and then in the lecture we will introduce the audience about the philosophy of Chinese characters. The reason why this is interact with a human body is, you might know, around 30% of Chinese characters is about pictogram. So the pictogram, most of the pictogram is related to our human body. And the other than human body is the nature in the universe. So this is kind of basic lecture, and then once we ensure the audience or the participant they understand the meaning of pictogram, and then they just can start to create their own name or own wordings or new terms.
We've got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to show you about their text is like that. So all the interesting animation is not done by Chinese. Okay, they are most of the people they are from overseas, Korean, Japanese. And afterward, 2 weeks after, we invite them back to the venue, and then we show their work into the interactive format. So 2 weeks after, the audience they will really experience their Chinese work together with their human body. And then come to the conclusion. Actually, the result of this work, this workshop and research, is kind of a backbone of our future interactive exhibition project. The participant will be invited to play a text, and then this is the scenes we have seen. Okay. And then the most important thing I would like to emphasize is that, okay, the role of the viewer actually has shifted their role from one observation role, that means the passive role, to the reading participation role, is an active role. Or actually, they are actually, I can say, they are no longer just audience, and then they are part of the artist. And then this is what we want to achieve in the future. Okay. And then I hope, actually our research was just only really fundamental starting point, and then we would like to invite more people to get involved with this project, and then we would like to do more interesting work for the future, not even for Chinese characters, but for another language. Thank you.
Sorry for the time, but I'm hoping that we can revisit or talk later on during the discussion. I think this talk connects very nicely to Olga's presentation about calligraphic writing practice.
Hello. There's been a slight change. I'm not going to actually talk about calligraphic writings, but still there are a lot of points of connection with the previous speech. So I'm going to be talking about the ideogram as an ultimate figure of mediation. And first, there is a necessary remark on the meaning of the ideogram. It is understood here as a complex entity, a hybrid of sorts, that combines the traits of actual Chinese writing system and the reflections on said sign that emerged in Europe in different times and in different contexts. And I think that this reading of ideogram can help to bridge over the traditional divisions and become an instrument for analysis of present-day state of media. So here are 2 points that I want to talk about, 2 historical periods. The first is 17th century Europe and the discussion of Chinese written sign in a context of search for ideal language. And the second one is modernism, the beginning of 20th century, when the ideogram was seen as a model for development of poetic language. So we start from the 17th century. And of course, the projects of language refinement can be traced a lot earlier. We can trace them to the arguments of sophists and to Plato's Cratylus. But the 17th century Europe definitely witnessed the intensification of, I can say, the dissatisfaction with language. We can mention Bacon's critique of idols of the marketplace and confusion of res and verba, as well as, for example, John Wilkins' essay towards a real character and philosophical language. The project of language refinement in Europe was so numerous that there was actually a parody of sorts about those projects in Gulliver's Travels. And here the illustration is actually from Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels, the Grand Academy of Tagada, where the academics were working on different ways to improve language, and they, for example, some of them they wanted to give up on it altogether and just go around, show each other different things and not say a word. And this illustration shows another one of them. This is a device that is composed of wooden tablets with signs written on them, and the handles were supposed to be turned, and then the pupils were supposed to read it aloud until they come up with something that makes sense. So the whole contempt for language in this period can be attributed to, among other things, the unstable political situation, the 30 Years' War, popish plots, and attempts to construct a national idea on the basis of legitimate language structure. In this situation, the accounts of Chinese writing presented in works of Muslim missionaries, for example, Juan de Mendoza or Matteo Ricci, became widespread. Ricci, for example, thought Chinese writing to be a clear and concise medium of expression that can be seen as a model and become an antidote to the ambiguity of European languages. Bacon, in his work The Advancement of Learning, mentioned Chinese character and notes that they express the notion directly without the intermediary of spoken word. And John Wilkins, as I above mentioned, states that Chinese writing system is characterized by universality. For example, there is a large kingdom and the people speak in different languages, but they are able to communicate through writing. And finally, John Webster, in his historical essay endeavoring the probability of language of the Empire of China as a primitive language, boldly pronounced the Chinese language as lingua adamica, which means that language has been spoken before the confusion of Babel. What I want to emphasize here is that all those works emerged at the time of the crisis of representation and preoccupation with the problems of linguistic representation, and Chinese character was prominent among the models that were to help to solve this crisis. So now we move to the next point, the modernist ideogram. Of course, it is possible to talk a lot about this, and a very comprehensive account of this problem is given in Christopher Bush, China Writing in Media. But I here want to focus on an essay by Ernest Fenollosa on Chinese characters and medium for poetry. The essay wasn't published during the Fenollosa lifetime. It was published by Ezra Pound in 1920. In the essay, Fenollosa highlights ideogram as a way to convey movement, not static state, and it is precisely that makes it fit as a language of poetry. In his classic example, he takes the phrase "man sees horse" and asserts that every sign in this written phrase is literally in motion, because every one of the three signs has legs. And the whole thing also represents a continuum, as he says, a moving picture, not combination of discrete elements. From the lecture notes, we know that the phrase was accompanied by the lantern slide depicting the same scene of a man seeing horse. He didn't use the example of a famous photograph taken by Maybridge, those ones, but it's hard to deny this analogy. And the opposite of the moving picture is thought to be the image produced by old-fashioned photography, when the photographer had to ask everyone to come forward and sit still for a considerable amount of time. This is an analogy of the way European language functions. They sort everything out into abstract categories, thus breaking up the continuum. And the other thing that was important to Spinoza reading of ideogram is the visibility of the roots, the way the characters still have non-arbitrary connection with the things that they represent. Although, since Spinoza was talking about motion, as he put it, that leaks everywhere like electricity from exposed wire, the analogy with film could have been more fitting. And there are a few later works that actually make this point. For example, Nicholas Lewis, in his work The Art of Moving Picture, writes about film hieroglyphs and new emergent language. Another example can be Sergei Eisenstein essay Beyond the Shot, where he uses a character from Hui category as in show and TLC, and makes analogy with the technique of montage. And here we have another crisis of representation that was connected to emergence of new technical forms of media, film and photography. For example, before we had microscope and telescope, but they can only sharpen our gaze, help us see more clearly. But film, on the other hand, by implementation of the technique of montage, isolates visual fragments and then recombines them again, thus changing the very perception of the subject matter. And it's too early for that. Another quality of Spinoza's ideogram, its ability to blur the distinction of writing and image, representing both in the same time, was later developed in the movement, the international movement of concrete poetry. So here is an example from Jean-François Bory. The work is called Woman, and here we can see the ideogram as something that combines different types of media. We have writing, Chinese writing, the character Nu, and the English name Woman, and also we have a photograph. And another example, I wanted to give an example by Chinese artist. This is Shui Ning Hu by Zhang Ping. What I want to point out is that this form could be actually used in any language, not only Chinese. And also I want to mention the group, the concrete poets group Loic Andres, that in their manifesto stated that they are working on developing the ideas of Spinoza and Ezra Pound. And they think that ideogram is not just something from far away, something that is exotic and you just take it and try to use it, try to use it in different contexts, but it's a practice. It's something that you can find in your immediate surroundings. So I want to actually combine the approaches of those two different periods. And first, the idea to do this can seem contradictory, because the first model, the model of the 17th century, deals with a system of notation that is clear and precise and almost mathematical. That system was supposed to help people get rid of ambiguity and facilitate the advancement of learning, our understanding of the world. We can say that this project was directed towards the future, when the language and subsequently the reality is broken down into logic categories wherein discrete units and connections between them are very clearly defined. And the second model, on the other hand, wants us to step back and to return to archaic syncretism, when the borders between categories did not exist yet, and the world presented itself as an uninterrupted continuum. I think that this dichotomy of division and synthesis perfectly captures two poles of our existence within the digital culture. Let's refer to a very obvious example, the user interface that we see on our screens, on our computers and other devices. And also I want us to think about the original meaning of the word screen as a piece of furniture, as a partition. It's very easy to see that the screen does not only show us something, some kind of ornament or a design, but it actually hides and obscures something that's behind it. And the interface, of course, is designed to be convenient and handy, comfortable to work with, But at the same time, we understand that it's brought together by a combination of algorithm, codes, and procedures. And unless we speak about an expert, generally we have no idea about what's going on behind the screen. We might expect some shadowy play of ones and zeros going on, but what we work with is a picture. It must be noted, though, that it's not always the case, and some people actually prefer to work with the interfaces that are better, that show them the inner workings of the system. So, we find ourselves between the operating text that is clear, hard, and mathematical, and it's always running itself, and the images that we perceive sensually. But what is important is that those images are also made by code. So there are theorists analyzing new media as structured by computer code and preoccupying themselves with the problem of visuality of new media. We can mention William Mitchell and Gottfried Böhm, who proposed correspondingly pictorial and visual terms. But I really think that we ought to combine the two, and I want to argue that the language of new media is the language of ideograms. It can help us combine the discrete units on the technical level and the images that we deal with directly, the images that appear on our screen. So I want to mention Lev Manovich, another new media theorist, who thought that language of new media is composed of digital code. It can be described using mathematical functions, and it's modular and has a fractal structure. Manovich also talks about the cultural level and the technical level, and I want to repeat actually the idea that we have to combine those two levels, and I think that the ideogram can be a way to do this because it combines the numerical notation, the discrete elements, and sensory perceived images. In conclusion, I want to say that there are the things that we understand, and then there are the things that by virtue of which we understand, the things that are vehicles to our understanding, and I think that the ideogram can become such vehicle for understanding new media. So.
Our next speaker is Zhu Xiaolun and Lucy. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank you very much for having me today. Originally, I was going to do this presentation, actually, a performance, with my partner, writer and filmmaker Lucy Bryden, but unfortunately, he can't be present today. So, change of plan last minute, but I will still try to communicate the fundamental idea of what our project is dealing with, but also, hopefully, through my presentation, I'd like to encourage a discussion around the topic of artist interview. So just to give a very brief background, Ask Art Again is a project, an interview-based research and performance project initiated by me, myself, and Lucy Bryden. We intend to create a list of questions reflecting on artistic development in China, both conceptually and economically, the positions of artists in the global art market, and the relationship between art and history, politics, society, and culture. Artists, curators, writers, gallerists, and members of the public are invited to provide answers to a randomly selected question from the list.
The project is interested in the medium of art interviews as a form of critique of the theoretical framework of reading contemporary art. To begin with, I would like to show a teaser of a former artist interview-based project I did a few years ago. Actually, this project was presented at Kronos Art Center in Shanghai last year. Sorry, the sound. Looking at the music. Yes, I'll start from the beginning. It was a project co-created by me, curator David Quadro, and filmmaker Lotte Spree in 2007. So we're having a little bit issue with the sound, but so yes, we're trying to figure out the sound issue. So basically, we were interested at the time to review the contemporary art scene in China. To do so, we interviewed 40 Shanghai-based artists, not particularly about their own practice or having them talking about their own creation or any particular artwork, but rather we were interested in their reflection, in their roles in relation to the art market and what they thought about the relationship between art and politics, art and social values, art and culture, and so forth.
在前4的组给我设定，我应该没有去造地。
很会开心的起码在如果再高一点呢，对他们的思想有一点点影响。
非常有责任感，我觉得做艺术家必须有相当强烈的责任感，因为你要在一个那么好的一个条件、一个资源，你每天可以安安心心的思考。
你觉得自己作为一个艺术家，对社会及文化负有责任吗？是一种怎么样的责任感？
反过来说，我一直在强调艺术是一种对社会的一种批判。那你觉得这种旧社会就像你跟社会问题，就是你相互自己一些争议性的，或者你相互说是这个自己。
我觉得是对自己负责任的想法，但是对自己负责任就应该是对社会负责任。
我的工作同事或者来说，我看孔子按孔子好写手。
So as you can see here, the result of the 40 interviews was a 360-degree interactive media installation. It was created in collaboration with ZKM Center for Arts and Media in Karlsruhe, Germany. Because I was the filmmaker and editor for this project, so throughout the process, I was highly aware of the point of view as a documentary filmmaker. Because traditionally, any conventional film editing always projects a certain viewpoint, especially when it's a linear narration. But what we were interested in creating was rather a platform or a database in which the audience were free to explore and make up their own logic and interpretation, connection based on the materials presented in front of them. So in this interactive media installation, the layout was rather intuitively designed. So when the audience is positioned inside the space, it's completely immersive, but they can use an iPad or iPhone to navigate inside the space and choose a certain topic, question, or an artist to follow. So that was the background or a reference project that I created years ago. Since the project 40+4, I have gained a strong interest in the form of artist interview. And also, I work as a visual artist myself. I primarily work with moving images, still photography, and media installation. But over the years, I have interviewed perhaps more than at least 100 like Chinese artists and plus international artists from different regions and countries. What I have learned from conducting those interviews, but also transferring the content of the interview into documentary film, media installation, writing, any other sort of media, was that essentially they all work as a sort of self-reflection of my view on the topics, questions, and the issues that are presented throughout the interview. So because my partner is not here today and I didn't want to present the project without her, so what I'm going to do is to, for the very first time, put myself on the spot to answer selected questions from the list that we provided the interviewees. And also, as you can see, our selection of questions, sometimes most of them are very straightforward. Sometimes they may come across as naive because we are also trying to ask the questions from perhaps a layman's point of view, someone who's not necessarily equipped with much knowledge of contemporary art. And I have not prepared my answers for those questions. So first I can talk about my experience interviewing all those different artists. Some of them, they grew up in the 50s or 60s and they had experienced a completely different political era in contemporary Chinese history. And for those people, the terminology, artist, had very different meaning or implication, especially for artists who worked as Red Guard soldier during the Cultural Revolution. The term artist meant something very honorable, very special, and also it carried a very special political value. But for people of my generation, or even the younger ones, we have little connection with those political and social backgrounds. So I guess I never really gave much thought of me calling myself an artist, but at the same time, people around me, for example, my parents, they like this idea because me being an artist make them the parents of an artist. I think there's some type of romanticism in that, and they enjoyed it. Many of the artists we interviewed find this question, the way they relate to this question kind of implies
the confusion of the role of artists in a society. And we're all aware that China has changed a lot just in the recent decades. What artists used to mean, used to imply, the function, is very different from what it is now. For me personally, I have been trained in art schools in China, Europe, and North America. And in those different geographical locations, I've experienced very different expectations. For example, in China nowadays, whenever I go back for an exhibition, whether or not it's my own or others, after people hearing me saying I'm an artist as well, very often the first question is, so where are you selling your art? But in America, for instance, in Europe, for instance, even in recent years, I'm still experiencing people having this academic or philosophical discourse about what makes a person an artist. Does my intention of questioning the society make me an artist? Does my practice of making artwork make me an artist? Or does my failure of making economically popular work make me a true artist? But then at the same time in America, I remember the first day when I arrived in grad school, I was enrolled in an MFA program. And one of my classmates asked me, so are you an artist as well? And at the same time, I discovered that in the city I was living, perhaps every other person was an artist. Street artist, stage artist, makeup artist, sound artist. People have no problem calling themselves an artist. So yeah, to me this term is very relevant. Once I was sitting in a class with a very respectful artist, Shimon Ati, that he asked the students this question. So how many of you believe that art is a form of communication? Out of 20 people, 2 of them raised hands, and I was one of them. It was much to my surprise that in the academic environment nowadays, a lot of people have such a critical view towards understanding art as a form of education. But to me, I guess perhaps because I primarily work with moving images, I'm always highly concerned and aware of the perception of my work from the audience view. But at the same time, I would say that contemporary artists need not to have high expectations from the audience. And that's why we need curators, art theorists, and art historians, and art educators. Because those people, they can provide the knowledge and intellectual pursuits to the audience which are highly needed to comprehend contemporary art. Out of, I think, 50 to 60 people we have interviewed so far, the closest answer to saying a yes was that from a painter. And his response was that, I think an artist is the least powerful in the society, but the most powerful in his or her studio. I would like to think that an artist can be powerful. I don't believe that my work is very powerful to a broader audience. Do I like to be so? I think power can be problematic. But personally, I would interpret power as a form of self-confidence and self-respect, regardless of how my work is perceived by the audience.
We've got 1 minute left.
Perhaps I'll give you an example to answer this question. So, I've been living abroad for the past 6 to 7 years, and one interesting phenomenon was that the longer I lived away from China, the more I was drawn to the traditional Chinese culture. And since 2 years ago, I started making this documentary film. I will show a 2-minute teaser of it. It's about the first Chinese silk importing company in LA. This shop owner is a second-generation Chinese-American immigrant. His parents realized the American dreams through the store, but nowadays he's caught up between the cheap quality of products in China, but also his persistence in keeping the good quality and appreciation for craftsmanship.
People used to come here and
Can I suggest that we revisit your video? We are really running late. If that's okay.
Yes, I think that's absolutely fine.
Because we will have a chance to discuss as well. Maybe we can revisit the program.
Okay, so I guess I'll just wrap up my talk. Sorry about the technical difficulties here, which delayed my talk for a few minutes. But basically, I get an idea about some of my personal interests, but those interests were communicated through the documentary projects that I've been doing throughout the years. And I would very much like to talk with all of you about any possibility of collaborating on interview-based projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. You can read this when the panel is formed. Can I invite the last speaker, Tobias? Here we go. And this is the last speaker for the day, and then we will shape our panel for this session.
So, good evening everyone. I'm Tobias Maschio. I'm from Ca' Foscari University of Venice, and I come here from a slightly different background than maybe most part of you. As I graduated on my PhD at my graduate school in cultural studies applied to China. So basically my concern is on what cultural studies tell us about what is the framework that could study the relation between space and place. So, according to cultural studies in general and to Henri Lefebvre in particular, in the urban context, the conception of place is the result of a discursive practice of attribution of meaning to space. So, through what Jean Baudrillard called quadrillage or framing in English, as it is organized in different sections according to a needed function, being this tangible or intangible. The discursive practice is, in most part of the cases, top-down. City authorities or similar political authorities or figures drive the system of attribution of meaning and function. So what happens when graffiti and street art comes into play? Graffiti are an illegal form of territorial demarcation. Baudrillard would define it as an insurrection through signs, which means that once a writer or street artist puts on a wall something through a variety of media, he or she disrupts the discourse continuity and starts a new dialogue between inhabitants and authority, proposing himself as a new interlocutor. The function of walls, buildings, and entire blocks is hacked from the vandal and the vandal artist changes it through a practice which can be interpreted as a form of resistance. Lupin defines the phenomenon of graffiti and street art as a form of carnival, which in its historical roots
is a limited period of time that temporarily subverts the constituted order of power of society, making identity change and switch of authority. So, this kind of practice is now worldwide diffused and rooted in PRC from the second half of the 1990s through the exposition to hip-hop subculture and to other forms of anti-culture. Artists such as Li Tio, aka Monkey Style, or Zhang Dali, as known as AK-47 or 18K. We're going to discuss later the particulars of these artists and their work, started vandalizing parts of Beijing town as a result of artistic research that led them to the belief that graffiti could be an instrument to promote the self and to reproduce the self into an alienating space, which could be the city, and street art could be a useful medium to express dissatisfaction and unrest, and to start a dialogue with the city structure itself. According to Mina Valhaka, graffiti and street art can be analyzed according to the physical side, the relationship between the space used by the author and the medium he decides to apply, the languages he uses, the message he tries to deliver, the social and political environment in which the piece of art is created. I might dare to add that the presence of graffiti and its content might as well indeed indicate the social and political environment in which the artists decide to act or interact with the city fabric. So, I will use some photographs from my archive, which has been collected during my fieldwork research, basically in Beijing. So we are going to discuss later the credits of this very photograph, which is the only not original one. Anyhow, as I was saying, graffiti come mostly as a feature of hip-hop subculture and are generally executed using spray paint cans. According to the place in which the graffiti is made, it could be just a tag or a quick drawing, as we can see here, or a more elaborate composition of letters and figures. In the major cities, there are zones in which writers are allowed to perform their skills, such as 798 Factory in Beijing. So I'm just going to skip on the description of every graffito that we are going to see, but I can briefly tell you that you can see how there are figurative graffiti, or the most classical ones that use a study of lettering, being it on Latin letters or on Chinese character as well. The important feature of these pictures and of the things that might be found in this place is that the examples that I show you before now all come from a place in which graffiti are legal or at least tolerated. This kind of place could be considered as a golden cage that partially or totally neutralizes the potential of resistance and disturbance that is inherent to the act of painting a wall with a sign that compels the viewer to interpret it. Going back on the streets, on the streets, we have a different environment in which the artist can move, and even if the laws are against graffiti are generally mild, considering what is considered in PRC, a swifter hand and a more quick execution are required. The medium of graffiti, which with its characteristics and finality offers a less quick way to deliver a complex message on the streets. This is why some artists use the tools offered by street art as another way to deliver the production to the general public. Street art techniques involve a wide array of methods and materials that can be applied for different purposes. In this case, we have a playful use of wet-pasted giant posters depicting cute monsters in adoration of a commercial product. And this is the same. As we saw before, autoadhesive stickers are another widely diffused medium and are even more convenient in terms of speed during the application. Here we can see another example of web-pasted, and then we have to the stickers. So they are generally, in this case, they are used just to reproduce the same thing, which is the tag or the signature of the author, accompanied with some graphic elaborations, which is reiterated. So, as we saw before, stencil is another weapon of choice for street artists, even if its application takes more time than stickers or wet paste. The final result is more permanent. It requires a bigger effort to be removed and can be propagated in larger numbers as graffiti. In this case, we can see how the site specificity of a piece of street art and how the application of a simple drawing becomes a form of viewer displacement in the context of a concrete-based environment. Wildlife is not an expected variable. Street art delivers itself as a good medium to deliver one's piece of art in a more diffuse, quick, widespread and effective way, but street art is mainly used to carry messages in a more or less nuanced way. Here, we can see a cat guarding a mouse hole, while the mouse stands just at the back of its predator. There is no other significant detail added to the composition to help the viewer that must give his or her own interpretation of what is being displayed. So everybody can think about the mouse, the cat and the mouse hole, and we could discuss that later. In this example, both stencil and sticker deliver the same message, which is constituted of symbols to love and money. A mathematical symbol helps the viewer to interpret the artist's position about the matter. These ones have a more straightforward message, and the juxtaposition of several identical and web-based posters is a good example of the potential of the medium. These are little stickers that bring out a very positive and harmless message, which is, I'm just going to say it in English, the separation of garbage starts from myself, but as we can see, the stick figure is throwing out the CCTV, which is the China Central Television, or the National People's Republic of China Railway System symbol into the trash. This is an ironical ode to police force. The author decided to put it beside another partially torn wet-pasted poster with tags, a throw-up graffiti, and the stickers that are of the other visible elements. There are also tags, by the way. So this sticker clearly depicts a wounded Ai Weiwei. The head wound was produced to him after a police beating in 2008, after the artist started a personal project investigation about the 2008 Sichuan earthquakes. In this case, which is something that Professor Harris this morning already showed you, we have a stencil that depicts a sunflower seed, which should be an innocuous symbol by him itself, with no particular meaning. Nonetheless, sunflower seeds made of porcelain have had a pivotal role in Ai Weiwei's installation at London Tate Modern Turbine Hall between 2010 and 2011. So I'm basically at the end of my presentation. I cut it a little bit, but I think that we stayed maybe some minutes. And I just would like to conclude saying that besides the artistic and aesthetic value of the pieces that I've shown you, or that you might find in the streets, what is really important, according to me, is the complex set of meanings that safe interventions on the urban fabric try to communicate. Street art and graffiti are readable as a form of resistance to hegemonic production of meaning and knowledge, and to urban landscaping and to organization themselves. The process of creation is fascinating, unstoppable, and in continuous evolution. Its study could become part of a new meaning production, maybe a positive one, and not a bottom-up and not a top-down one. And the results may be used not only in the context of art studies or cultural studies, but in social and political interventions and inquiries as well. So this was the last one, and I'm done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Can I invite all the four speakers come to the front so that we can discuss? I think this is a very interesting session. We're talking about making languages, and all the way through the Chinese character writings, handwritings, to making this public demonstration, if you like, visual demonstration. Because we are running a little bit late, I will talk quickly and then I will invite speakers to add more, particularly some have shorter time, not shorter time actually, didn't have enough time to express themselves, and then we can invite their comments on. I think it's, Hongqiao was talking about time and space, talking about the form of scrolls, which is really a traditional form, and we understand that the form allows us to view the images in a time-based platform, if you like. It's more like a time-based media, but it's normally for private, if you like, expectation to appreciate the images and the writings. And also, it's interesting that I had a discussion with last week, actually, in Beijing, talking about the form again, and we are discussing about how this form actually created a particular way for visual narratives in Chinese traditional pictorial production. And this comes to Xiao Wen talking about interviewing artists, and it's basically challenging the notion of artist and the role of artist. And I myself interviewed many artists as well, but it's entirely different context. As I was inviting artists to discuss their work, to form this interview as a methodological curatorial process to unpack their thoughts and creative thinking into textual expression. And then we've got this Olga's talking about ideogram between Western writing and Chinese writing, and move on to this finally Tobias visual presentation in public space. It's almost like, as I said, it's if you like, democratic platform for people to express themselves. And it's interesting that I'm surprisingly to see that all the images that you collected is very Western in a way. And the form of the graffiti is very Western too. Because when you're talking about the writings on the wall in Chinese cultural context, then you immediately thinking about the tradition of big character poster that's about during the Cultural Revolution. And how does that, in relation to the contemporary writing in public space, and how do we see the difference between the context of the Western and Chinese gravity. And these are my initial thoughts that we can discuss later. Before I throw this to the floor to ask questions, do you have anything that you wanted to respond?
Actually, before after Shenxin's presentation, I had a question, or actually maybe a common video question that I wanted to raise, which is also related to the 2-minute video I'd like to show, if that's okay. But because Shenxin was talking about materializing concept, philosophy, ideology, which I find to be very substantial in traditional Chinese art, and also in a way artwork that involves a lot of craftsmanship. Because even though it's a 3D model that's digitally based and it's not physical, but still it has texture and it has movement, it has design, it has all those visual elements which can be emphasized through craftsmanship, or at least creative decision regarding craftsmanship. And that's also one of the reasons I made this film that I would like to show you, just a 2-minute teaser, because it's this man who is not an artist. He runs a shop that sells silk fabric, but a lot of the items that he sells is highly crafted, and those items were imported from China 20 years ago. He actually stopped importing because he knows that he can't get the same quality anymore. And just from a layman's point of view, he has that very raw appreciation for art. And I asked him, he said, I'm not following contemporary art, but for me, this is art. When I see people's hand in basically devoting 20, 40, 50 hours into make this hand embroidered piece, for me that's art. And of course, there can be different interpretation, but that's what I want to show the video.
It's all 2 minutes.
People used to come here in the 70s and 80s. Red Button's wife used to be a regular customer. One time he came with his wife. He didn't want to wait his turn. He said to my dad, "Do you know who I am?" I said, "I'm Red Button." And my dad said, "No, glad to meet you. I'm Mr. Wong."
How is that? This is really, really incredible.
And now we find this machine embroidery.
And just mass produced it.
I had a customer. She bought 100 children and made pajamas for Lourdes, for Madonna's daughter. I was told that they were Lourdes' favorite pajamas. This business is very people-oriented, and so that's very rewarding. You can't find these anymore. Nobody makes these. And you look at the detail. This is all hand-painted. The workmanship is just so fine. I don't think people understand. People need to know where they came from. I watched them start this business from nothing. I never understood my mom's feelings for my father until after he passed. It's hard to let go.
Nostalgia.
相思 will work too.
Toby, would you like to say something?
Okay. Well, I would like to just briefly answer to your observation, which could be true that there is a more influence, a more evident influence from what street art and graffiti are in Europe or in the United States, because effectively many of the persons that now are going to call themselves street artists have had actually a formation abroad, as we were saying before. Gianna Lee had artist residence in Bologna, in Italy, and Alicia Tio started thinking about doing graffiti when in Venice. So I think it's more like a fluid background, the ones in which these kind of artists or vandals, if you want to call them, are moving into. So I think that yes, it could be true, even if in many of the photographs that I have discarded because it was a 15 minutes presentation and we were anyhow running late, Chinese characters and the mimic of the red how are they called, the stripes of clothes that are held in Chinese cities, and yes, the ones in which the slogans are written. So there is a series of these kind of scrolls, which are not scrolls, I can't come up with the term right now, which are just copied but bringing other messages like this city needs more graffiti, let us all paint up the walls, or things like that. So it's partially true according to me, and in some part it's due to the background of what graffiti and street art are and where they have developed.
And it's interesting because you're talking about both visual images as well as the characters written on the public space. And basically it's making signs and making languages. And I noticed that Olga presented one image which is a combination between character or poem and the image of a cow or ox. I noticed that on the title, we've got a bracket which is 1986, but in the poem it's 1967.
1986 was the time when it was exhibited first on the stage.
Okay, I see. It's so the 1967 was the time that they wrote or they made this piece or wrote this poem, or yeah. Okay. And when we're talking about when we see Hongkong's work, we see, and I'm really interested in this interactive process in writing non-Chinese people writing Chinese characters, and reminding me how Xu Bing taught Western colleagues and friends to write calligraphies in class. And when those characters are not necessarily legible to all this audience, how do they make those work, or in fact, how do they perform themselves with the body language? And the process itself is very interesting too.
Yes. Yeah. And then actually this is a research project, so I don't expect any answer so far. That means before I start this workshop. So when I first launched this project in Manchester Chinese Art Center, and then I feel a bit scared because some people don't like it, and then nobody comes to the class. But to my surprise, more than 90% they just told me they don't mind, because I think the most important of this lecture is the first part. Because the first part we try to really introduce how the Chinese characters create from different perspectives, because there's no one people to create Chinese characters. Yeah, because kind of evolution. So that evolution, they have the kind of ideology behind it. Is a multiple perspective. So just only for example, like see, when you try to see, that means when you look at something, and then there's two words combined together. The upper one is a really big eye, really huge eye, and then the bottom part is a small human body, human leg. So yes, yeah. So there are some scholars in China or in the West, they say this kind of combination already apply multiple perspective. So that represents Chinese people, they are not just seeing something through the 2D plane, but they already applied a different kinds of viewpoint to represent one object. So I think this is a kind of universal understanding. So once we introduce these kinds of similar concepts to the audience overseas, they just click it, and then they share this point, and then they automatically, they write, they draw, and then they produce. So I think this is a really interesting connection from the east to the west somehow.
Any questions from the audience?
Hey, I have a question for Xuan, but also for both the artists on the panel. Since you've gone through so many educational systems in different countries, how do you think the way art is taught affects how people perceive themselves as artists?
Just through my personal experience. I mean, I've never been educated in UK, but I heard that UK has one of the best, education systems in the world. A lot of because I not just studied in different countries, also taught in different countries and different universities. And I feel like nowadays one of the biggest challenges for an art institute is how to teach the students think like an artist, not just to act as an artist, according to examples presented in MoMA or on like art forum, that those successful examples. But in history, most of the avant-garde artists, they learned from failure, biggest failure in their lifetime. A lot of them, they even lost their life out of distress, depression, and only years later people discovered that, oh, this person's art was great. And the other thing is, I guess, just out of economic pressure nowadays, a lot of institutions, they have to put themselves in a position that's more career-driven. A lot of like fine art degree programs, they promote themselves as a great platform. If you come here for a year or two, you can find a job on the art market. I'm not criticizing this because I work commercially as well. But I think for the students, sometimes it can be a little challenging to distinguish those different functions and the effects being enrolled in our program.
Before we move on to the next one, can I just quickly ask you again, what's the criteria for you to choose those 40 artists? Why not somebody else?
I didn't choose them personally, but at the time, so because it's a collaborative project, and at the time my contribution to the selection process is that can we have artists from at least 3 different generations? Can we ensure that we have men and women, although there are much less female artists than male artists, like the successful ones at least. And then can we have both artists who are very convinced they are successful artists, they're the face of China, and we also, while at the same time we have people who don't even acknowledge themselves as artists, and can we have people who are very successful on the market, and can we also have people who are completely not successful.
Questions?
Hello? Hi, I would like to ask a question to Tobia. Hi. Since I have lived in Beijing for 4 years, so the street art, so the pictures you're taking of the street arts are very familiar to me, and I really like them. Although I'm not sure that whether the pictures you've taken are exactly the same as what I've explained before. I want to ask you several questions. Is that from the pictures you have taken, that the messages they try to deliver are mostly concerning to the political, either the Ai Weiwei's sunflower state, or they're dumping the CCTV into the garbage bin. And I want to know that whether there's a possibility of using this kind of a street art to deliver commercial objectives? Is it possible to have advertisements with this kind of street arts? Or have you ever observed any kind of street arts like this?
Well, street art and graffiti that are delivered, that are produced with commercial ends are actually a thing. One of the names is corporate graffiti, and the scholar I was talking about before, Lupin, also speaks about twisted carnival. So when a thing that is basically illegal and against an establishment gets used in order to promote the establishment itself, or to, in another way to put it down, the establishment promotes itself by promoting a thing which was illegal until the day before. So yes, there is this kind of graffiti, of production of graffiti, and but it is like a patronizing way to deal with the medium, according to me. And the first part of your question could be answered that the images that I've showed you do become from different times, so maybe some of them has not been reproduced anymore, so it's not possible to have seen them, but they still live in photographs, we could say. So
it's interesting that those visual pollution can be considered illegal, but the air pollution is perfectly okay.
In Beijing, yeah.
I wanted to ask you something about the team that was working with you, David Quadrio and the AHA. That was you as a creator or as an artist with a creator. How was the relationship between you and him or the people who were in the team? And that is one question. The second question is that you were speaking about in your questions to the artist. There was one about if the artist feels powerful, would like to be a powerful or relating art and culture before that, in another question that you are putting to the artist somehow, and the power of art, which is in the end something which is not said but is underneath your question. But first of all, what is the team with Davide and the Art Hub, because they have done a lot of things for many years in Shanghai, and afterwards he left, he went to Thailand, if I remember, then he came back to Shanghai, and now I don't know exactly.
Yeah, he's still in Shanghai, and the art hub is still functional. But it's a really good question, because first of all, I feel very privileged that I was able to co-create this project with David and Walter at the time, because when we started, I was still in school, but he has been a great mentor to me ever since, and it was very open and equal, our collaboration. And also I learned a lot from observing, questioning, talking, interviewing those artists. But also, actually I saw him just a couple months ago in London, and I actually asked him this question, like why at that time he really pushed to make this project happen. Because as you may know, a lot of our projects are not supported, financially supported automatically, just because you are not curated doesn't mean you will just get funding automatically, but still at the time he really pushed to make it happen. And he told me on a personal note that it was during that time he was really reflecting and struggling a little bit with his position in contemporary art in contemporary art scene in China, but also just what's going on. You know, everything has been happening so fast. It has been great, but there has been like downtime as well. It has been crazy, and lots of things are changing, and the people's relationship are changing. When the art market didn't exist, people's collaboration was very pure. You know, it was like in the basement. It was censored by the policeman after 10 minutes of the opening. No one was making money, but it was very pure. And then once the artwork
had a value on the market. The dynamic changed completely. So for him, he at the time thought it would be really important to just pause, stop for a second, and reflect on what's going on. And then I didn't really understand the second question.
Can I suggest we take the final question and then we move on to the closing remarks? Any final question? If not, can we invite Jonathan and Manani to give us the final closing remarks?
Joshua, do you want to stay here as well? Because it's only fairly brief. We've all been chilled today, but we've been really warmed and excited and nourished by all the papers and discussion that we've had.
And actually, we are getting warmer this morning. I feel, physically, don't you think? No? Oh, sorry. It's me.
I think what we're going to do is we're going to ask Manene to say, maybe make some comments about her sense of how the day's gone with your experience of dealing with Chinese and Asian art and culture more broadly.
I think it's very difficult to summarize any opinion because that was really, we started in the morning and then before having your title, well, I think that the day goes on and everything is very coherent. We are traveling throughout the day. I saw that as a kind of trip, but in the afternoon everything was going to be more complex because of the different interventions here. But I think it was interesting because looking at that as a kind of trip throughout the different lectures or interventions or whatsoever, I thought that at the same time I was just going through a kind of geo-narratives, and that brings me to the beginning when this morning Jonathan tried to speak about and to face the kind of global Asian art world. And I thought that we were again in a kind of situation of mapping. Mapping is a kind of exercise, gymnastics that I do almost every day, my own practice as a curator, as a director for cultural exhibitions in this institution, public institution, which is Casa Asia, and also in organizing the Asian Film Festival in Spain. That is a really big practice, also as a theoretical person, and writing books, writing essays, catalogs in many magazines and for a long time. But then that is the reason why I'm saying that in the end I go back to how we started this morning with your speech about this global Asian art world, and I thought that maybe this intervention could be also through or within the frame of a kind of geo-narrative, because we were speaking about different places, and that comes back to the difference between space and place. That was by you and Tobias Maschio, and also back to writing and calligraphy and to Kyung, which also I think was speaking about calligraphy as a kind of form that imitates the human being and the digital 3 and 4 dimension, and how you can transform it through technology. And I think that we had a lot of inputs today, and I'm not really able to say much more, but to think afterwards, because I was taking notes the whole day, and I think that this is going to be useful too. And I am really very glad to have known all of the people who are speaking today, because a lot of things were reminding me of many other situations and circumstances in which people were and are speaking every day about all these subjects and other ones. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I would just like to emphasise how much the concept of transdisciplinarity, which we started with, and which we'll continue with, involves a reconceptualization process, which is quite profound. And all the way through today, I was noting down words which are all, if they're not already, they become conceptual. So even the most practical, empirical, object-based terms that we have become conceptual, or become more meaningful conceptually once you start to place them in the context of this process of transdisciplinarity. So the idea of a scroll, calligraphy, landscape, pictogram, in other words, terms that we sometimes think are not problematic in some empirical, experiential sense, become problematic and conceptually difficult when we start this kind of conversation. Which I think that underlines both the exciting nature of trying to work through what globalization is about and how China is placed within that, but also how we understand all of the world all the time. It's not just a function of getting older, I think, that the world seems much more difficult to understand in a way, not simple, or simpler, actually. And that's my overall impression of the day, actually, is how this work of reconceptualization attacks our very basic senses of what we think we know. And that can be actually a profoundly disturbing idea as well, actually. So I think it is really important to begin to put together an architecture of concepts that we can begin to use, rather than just see the dissolution of earlier meaning structures. That's my overall sense. I think Joshua should have the last word, as he organised this event very successfully with Rachel and Heather.
Heather organised it.
Okay.
And I think I just wanted to say a few words before we close. And I think it's I've learned a lot during the day, and I'm very glad to see so many different perspectives and a variety of understandings within the framework and the context of transdisciplinary practice and research. Before we close, I think we've got two things that I want to announce. One is that we're going to have a transdisciplinary course that which is a new MA course we're setting up to be launched next September in 2016. We've got PhD programs since 2007, since this center was set up. So we've got, and I need to thank a lot of volunteers around us today who are our PhD students. But we are setting up this exciting new MA course called Contemporary Arts China, which will invite innovative understandings and new perspectives on Chinese contemporary arts, design, and visual culture. So this is one thing that perhaps you've got this little leaflet already, which introduces the course next year. The other thing is that, as we said in the beginning of the day, that this is the 8th annual conference of CCVA, and we are already arranging and preparing the next annual conference, which is the 9th in 2016. Next year is the 50th anniversary of the Chinese Cultural Revolution. So we will do something in relation to that. We call it Making the New World, the arts of China's Cultural Revolution. We will host that in collaboration with the Whitechapel Gallery in London. So if you are around next year in November, please join us, and we will obviously send you more information when the conference call is available, and we will hopefully see you there again. And finally, I would like to thank all the speakers, contributors, helpers, keynotes, Melanie, all the way from Spain, and Shenxi and CAC, and I know that he's leaving us for his holiday already. But finally, I'd like to thank Hannah and Rachel for making this possible. Thank you very much. And hello.
Thank you for staying in this cold room and sticking out. There's some wine for anyone who's stuck out so far. The other thing we've got is an evaluation questionnaire. It'd be great if you can fill it out. And if you say how cold it is, great. So we have to feed that back to university. But thank you very much for all your contributions. The other thing is we want to recycle the badges. So if you can put them on the registration desk, that would be wonderful. But no, thank you for everything, really. And if you're staying in Birmingham, then we are having a meal. We're going out for a meal later.
Yeah, we're going to have some wine to warm you up. It's outside, and we will have an informal dinner later on. If you are staying, please join us. So please go where the lunch provides, and we will have a glass of wine or two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And goodbye on the internet. Goodbye.